All righty. I think we are
I'm live.
streaming. We're streaming to the planet of platforms. And apparently, nobody's got anything better to do, or they got something better to do because they're not showing up yet. We're all these tens of fans that we've got.
Yeah.
They're probably finishing grub and grog and going, hey, all right, let's see if I get a live crack face here. By God, I do. Okay, so that's good. You're up on your tube, I guess, right?
Yep.
And I am up on mine. This is, tell you what, gee, this could get very addicting. I mean, I could be, just a little geeking on the geezer thing, but that's what we are anyway, right?
That's right.
Looks like X, I've got to fire up separately
Live?
each time. No, I've got to go in and tell it I want it to go. I got to say go broadcast. And that's at least the way it's working now, but
that's weird. Should just come right on, you would think.
And I've got 3 sources for the feed. So maybe that's one of the reasons it always asks, do you know what? Oh, look at that. That works. Sweet. Create the broadcast. Success. And post. And we're now live on X. So I need to warn our fellow. Well, why would I want to warn them? They're all seasoned professionals.
Yeah.
They don't need to know that we're going to be streaming on 5 separate. So it would actually be 4 separate platforms to 5 different feeds.
Yeah, we don't want to make them nervous.
It's not like it's not some kind of big national broadcast, except it's global. It's all over the planet. For anybody who happens to stumble onto that channel and that platform and that feed. Let's see, let me finish this message here.
My wife wants to know, is this the real show?
That's enough out of the peanut gallery. Let's see. While I'm doing this, why don't you give a quick screen share, maybe something like that blues stuff we can use as the opening geezer quartet or something. I'll get the rest of this out to our hopeful guests who will come in and, elevate this in conversation to levels unforeseen.
Well,
see what you got.
You don't think we'll get a...
We'll find, well, we won't on Rumble, but we'll find out. Load something that, hell, load my channel. We know we don't have to worry about that.
All right, you want your channel, or you just want me to pick something?
It's up to you. We know that we won't have any problems with my stuff.
All right.
Okay. Oh, all right. Got that out. And for those inquiring minds, yes, I am imbibing a adult beverage in the form of an IPA called 7K out of Santa Fe Brewing, Santa Fe, New Mexico. Highly recommend it. Pretty good stuff. It's a nice, flavorful, smooth, yet organic beer. Somebody once said, you need to drink more water. And this is back when I was doing a lot of beer drinking back in the 90s and early aughts. I said, I drink plenty of water. I just have it filtered through hops and barley. They just kind of looked at me like there was something wrong with me. It's like, yeah.
So I got your music up.
All right, well, let's give it a share and see what happens. What the hell's going on here? So why can't I can't comment on your YouTube channel chat. I cannot chat in your chat.
You can't. Why not? Everybody else is.
But I don't know. I don't have there's no place to type it in. I'm looking at it going, what's going on here? I got it on mine. But they have chat on your chat or my chat, ability to chat in your chat. The shatters. There's too many of these people out there causing friction in the process.
So I got the shared screen going if you want to bring it up.
I don't see it.
Can you see that?
Hold on. Oh, I got to do presentation. Keep forgetting that. There you go.
Can you hear it all right? Does it need to be louder? I turned it down a little bit.
Yeah, bring it up a little bit. I mean, it sounds like it's going over the net, but it's not crackling or distorting, or I can hear it.
All right. I didn't know how loud it was compared to us talking is all I was curious.
The nice thing is I can hear you easily over the music. Bring it up just a little bit more, in fact. Let's see what we can get.
All right. People in my chat are saying it's sounding good.
Yeah. Yeah, I cannot get into your... Wait a minute here. Hold on. Oh, that's because I'm on the wrong one.
That would help.
Get it together, geeks. Okay. I don't know. I'm just leave it right where it's at, and I got to say,
Pretty nice.
I'm really enjoying it. And yes, it has something to do with it. I'm being biased, but I'm liking the presentation that we're seeing in the studio, which is the same thing that's going to the feeds. Our little videos down at the bottom look kind of sweet.
Yeah, I mean, I'm liking it.
So, okay.
So we're just waiting on a few guests if they pop in, and then we'll get rolling and see where we lead up to or get to.
I'm thinking that good evening, Karen. Thank you. Yeah, I'm kind of wondering where the conversation will go tonight. I think, there's a couple that haven't been on in a while, or a while meaning a couple of 3 shows. And there's a lot going on since the last time they were on. And, hell, you and I are talking about what's going on all the time because that's what geezers do. We geek. But there's these other folks that we've become acquainted with and done a lot of conversations with that are, they're geeks too. Yep. They may not admit it, but they or even know it, but they are the geeks and the geekstresses. So it'll be interesting to see what they have to say about all this hooey that's happening, because the hooey be happening.
I'm just sitting here listening to the music, reading my chat, and just relaxing. And as soon as Heidi or somebody pops in, then it's going to get exciting.
Yeah, we better get our rest in now before those girls show up, because we know what's going to happen when that happens. Yeah, this is nice. It's better than most of the stuff that we've been doing. This could be our this could be our lucky stream.
All right. It all comes together, and that's why we spent all this time, doing. Everybody's wondering, why are you doing these short streams? What are you doing? It's like, well, this is why we wanted to produce a good product and have a nice show that we can actually relax and get some conversations going and not have to worry about anything.
So we have to be in presentation mode in order for the share to be happening. Interesting. Are you going to stop this one too? What's that?
I was just wondering if you can move us around to like the upper right corner or.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to have any of that. So if I go to the auto, it just goes back to you and me. Solo.
It takes away the music.
Can you still hear the music?
Well, it's coming through my speaker because I'm playing it.
Oh, that's right. There. Go. Now I'm back in presentation mode and I can hear the music. Very interesting. No, Moon, we are done torturing everyone with all of these spotty, spontaneous, sporadic shit lives that we've been doing. We've been doing just testing. And so we've decided that it's time to stop testing and start talking. So we are having the talk tonight. So tonight the yaps will be flapped, especially when our guests show up, because that's one of the things that, for those of you that have done, shows and podcasts and had conversations, you have certain parts of the conversation go one way, other parts go another way, and it depends on who shows up and what nuggets they toss on the table. And we are a no discrimination nuts conversation. We do not discriminate on nuts. We think all nuts are acceptable in their own way, but we reserve the right to determine which nuggets stay on the table and get knocked around, and those that don't. But that's just because we're like really open-minded.
That's right.
So we want to know. We want to know.
And when and if our guests join, they've been holding it back and building up for a week or so, so you know they will be rip roaring and ready to go.
I think there's some very dry powder that's been accumulating. I mean, Miss Pop came on for 2 minutes, and it was the most enjoyable 1 hour, 2 minute, 1 hour things I've done for a long time. Yeah. And I know that she didn't even get anywhere near taking anything out of her tank. There's a whole bunch more loaded in that thing. It'll be interesting to see all of the powder getting lined up and the matches getting lit. It'll be fun. All right, I'm with you, Moon. Coffee, bong, hit, and antics. Those three things are three of my favorite things. Need an old geezer nap every 30 minutes. Yeah. Yes, Robin, all nuts are equal here. We have equal nuttery.
That's right. We're not on a weighted system.
We are in the Free the Nuts movement. And yes, there's a line of accessories and apparel coming out with that, under that banner, Free the Nuts. Nope. Let's see what's going on here. Okay, so Heidi got hijacked. So she's going to try to jump on later. Okay.
All right. Well, whenever she can, that'll be fine.
Well, I still haven't heard back from the bird of the century. Um, Good grief. That fucking word.
All right, now I got both chats going. So I guess we might as well tell people that this is on your channel, Intuitive Sounds, on YouTube.
Oh
So
yes.
this is the playlist from Sound Suite.
Yes, thank you for that, Cheryl. I didn't even think about that, which is kind of weird. It's like, well, you gonna say anything about your own shit? You're talking about the rest of it. You might as well say something.
So if anybody happens to tune into our 24/7 live, most nights overnight, the late nights into the morning, we're playing Robert's music, this music that we're listening to now, so people can relax to it and either watch the camera or just listen to the music. Or got a lot of compliments so far on the music choice.
Well, I guess if you're going to be looking out at a landscape of nature and critters and stuff fluttering about and being nature, this kind of sounds like it would fit it. Would give
It
you
does.
go, yeah.
It's great.
So I've got chat on mine.
So I guess technically this is the maiden voyage of the Geezer Geeks geeking.
Wow, that low end actually came through this side on this through the speakers. That was nice. It's kind of serious chill.
Yeah, very, very relaxing. Pixie says she has earpods in. I wish I had some headphones about right now.
Yeah, I'm enjoying this very much, actually.
Oh, nice. She says the music's even with our voices.
Oh, that is awesome. Thank you. Um, wow. Thank you, Robin. That's really nice to know. Boy, this is really coming through strong on my end.
Well, I got a nice little external stereo speaker here, and it's sounding. Well, of course, I'm playing it through my YouTube, so it's sounding good. So I didn't know what it was sounding like over the screen.
Thank you, lady in the lake. That is awesome. Double dipping on her Rumble and YouTube. Nice.
Yeah. I feel like we should be watching Space Odyssey or something.
The Martian or Intergalactic.
Yeah. Or just a tour through the galaxy. We should be having moving scenes. Maybe we should make a video in the background. A little tour through the galactic universe of geezers. The geezers tour.
Galaxy of Geezer.
Well, that's what I named my show tonight. Was the geezers? What was it? The geezers geeks.
Geezer Geeks
Galaxy
Digital
Geeks.
Galactic Reunion Tour. Yeah.
So last night when we were on, we had storms come through Illinois, and then tonight, sometime there was already tornadoes and stuff in Nebraska heading our way. So we'll have to see how this goes for us tonight. Of course, I'm already down to basement, so I'm good. But
well, we're getting what California. Well, actually, yeah, middle northern California storm came through, and it's dipping down and sweeping its ass around through us, and so we've got cold and wind and stuff. But cold it's like it's in the upper 50s. Wind can get windy, but we're not getting. I think we get a few drops, but all week long it was 80 and sunny, and then it's going to go back to that next week. So tell you what, when the weather's like that and the sun is out and the air is clean and crisp and just gently blowing through, I have to come out there and just stand in it and just absorb it, because it's the power is amazing. The frequencies and all of that is just, it's profundity at its finest. So I'm going to be out there doing more of it. Unfortunately, I don't burn, I just brown. So I I become like a little chocolate morsel by the beginning of summer.
So Robin's putting in our chats that time to be astro traveling.
Astro traveling.
Yeah, like we're going through the galaxy, so why not leave your body and go for the tour and see where you end up?
I think we're already doing that. We just don't realize that we are. And we're experiencing that transformation. And you have to, whether you want to or not, because you are not in control of that frequency flow. Right? You're just participating as best you can. Oh, Heidi's trying to join real quick. Let me redo the link, Heidi.
Well, I will turn the music down or off when she pops in, so she'll have a free reign of talking. Or maybe we can just stop sharing for a minute when she pops in, so we can get full screen for.
Yeah, let's go ahead. Heidi's having trouble with the link. Let me. It's download and take me there, is it? What does it say? Should say join the stream. Well, that's weird. Heidi, put your email in the chat on Facebook, and I'll email it to you instead of giving you the link. Gerald's using the one I emailed earlier. Okay. Okay. Well, that little musical interlude was a pleasant, unexpected nicety.
Yeah, so that worked really well, and nice background music for starting the show, just to get wound up a little bit until we get yapping.
I don't know about wound up. That was more of kind of chill down. Oh, she's in backstage? There she is. Here we go. Here we go. Be prepared for the one, the only. The pop-up of Heidi Pop. Hopefully joining. Up. Didn't quite make it. Try it again. Heidi, are you on an iPhone? Oh, make go to people and see if that's participants. There's only 2. So no, don't see you, sweetheart. You try to.
There she is.
Good Lord, we made it.
Oh no! Can you hear me?
Can hear you.
You got to pop her up on screen. You got to bring her up.
I don't see that. Where is she? Where's she be?
I see her down below with me.
What do I got to
Oh,
do?
it's not even my. Oh, there we go. Hello.
There you go. Yay!
That was a comedy of errors. Let me tell you. I'm having
It was
a moment.
awesome. It was awesome. That's because if we don't do those things, then we don't know how to deal with them when they do us.
Exactly. Exactly. What did I miss? What did I miss? How are you? What's going on? What's the latest and greatest? I'm walking and talking this time. I got ants in my pants. I've been talking all day. And the Giants in the shower. So I got 20 minutes.
So we were just enjoying. This is we've been some of the people in chat have been pecking on G and I because we're like, hey, we're showing up every 5-10 minutes for 5 or 10 minutes over the last week, and it's confusing people, and they get in and they think there's going to be a conversation, and then we're gone.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah.
Right, because we're testing stuff, right?
Right.
Well, we said, all right, Saturday night, we're pretty comfortable with this Rumble thing.
It's new for me. Yeah.
It's totally new I started looking at it Thursday.
Okay.
And then, I've been doing Riverside and Zoom and StreamYard and all that. And all of a sudden, the Rumble Studio showed up, and I was going to go upload one of the shows. And I said, Rumble Studio, I know people that are using that. And I went and looked at it, and all of a sudden, okay, well, you can live stream. All right, well, let's try this platform and see what it does. And then we found out that we could stream to 6 different platforms at the same time.
Through Rumble? Or what?
Yes.
Really? You're teaching me all these things. Let me outside. Okay.
So
that's really cool. That's really cool. I didn't know that about Rumble. So wait, this is the official deal? This isn't just a test stream? Oh, nice. Hello, people in the chat. Let me get
this is the yeah. So this is the essentially kind of the first official live stream of the Geezer Geeks.
Yeah. Thanks, pal. I'm 50. I'm a geezer.
Well, when we talked about having you guys on, we said, well, we got to modify it, make it Geezer Geeks and Gals, and then we said, well, we should probably just make it Geezer Geeks and the Gorgeous, and that way it's got a nice flow with the G's and all that.
How about the Gorgeous Geezettes?
Oh.
Do you know what my grandpa called me? Grandpa Huck, who I named my son after? Gorgeous Creature. GC. Called me
nice.
GC. GC, unless I was serving him his drinks, and then I think I was Linda. Sylvia. Oh my God, how do you remember that? Sylvia. I had my apron and I got tips. I was like 6. Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, that's really cool. I love it. I love it. Geezer's connection.
Well, we've been having so many geezer conversations because Gerald and I we're like our test, we develop and we test and go, let's try this, let's try that. And he's got time and I'm working on it and I got time. And so I can go over there and knock on his noggin. And I say, you want to try streaming on Riverside and do multiple platforms? You want to try Zoom? Let's try that. Because with the last few weeks, with B wasn't able to do his regular show, we jumped on with Zoom. And the one thing that was consistent with everybody was that they felt the audio and video with Zoom was the best of StreamYard and all the rest of them.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
And I'm in that camp. Gerald and I were looking at it afterwards going, is it that noticeably better than StreamYard? And it was like, yeah, it is.
What is it? Like the crispiness or something? Like how the clarity? It's just like super refined or smooth? Well,
it's just the quality of the video itself. And then depending on the resolution, the compression they're using on the resolution. And some of them are doing different things. That's why we tried Riverside. Riverside goes in and applies a bunch of optimized algorithms to go enhance the video, to go enhance the audio, bring it out, make it clearer, sharper, stabilize, all that stuff. So they've got that built in, and they can take somebody's video that's not so good, and they can make it look decent, if not really good.
How about the sound?
The sound is amazing.
Nice.
And so we went through the Riverside test, and then I think it was Wednesday, I went to upload shows to Rumble, and it came down and said Rumble Studio, and I said, "Oh, I haven't seen you before. Can I tickle you to see what's inside?" And so I went in there, and all of a sudden, here's all this live stream stuff. Connect to other platforms. It's like it's a blend between Zoom and StreamYard with the best of both of those.
Oh, nice. Cool. Well, I mean, I haven't done something off my phone in a long time. And other than my just getting in factor, but I think that was my end. I know it was my end. It's smooth, and it looks clear here. So, but I'm on my phone, so it's not my little laptop set up, which would be all of you. But it was easy to do, I should say. Yeah. So kudos. It's like a Rumble commercial. Yeah. Good job, kudos.
So we're just, we've been playing around with it, and now we thought, well, we might as well get in and play in it instead of around it now that we've got it working. But the last 2 days, we've got my X, my Facebook, my YouTube, Gerald's YouTube, and Rumble all streaming simultaneously.
Nice. That is a good link out. Wow. Well, cool.
Yeah. It's like, okay, all of a sudden. Well, that's what we were going. Well, if we have this need to go out in front of everybody, and or at least get out there available to go, become mind worms and thought streams. It's like, well, let's make sure we can do as many as possible.
Cool.
And that was like, so I wanted to do that for the Nexus, but the Nexus is really just the shows, or it's the conversations, whereas the live stream's a different thing altogether. You don't know, and you know this, Miss Pop, okay? You don't know what's going to happen when you get on and you think you're only going to be on for a couple of minutes. Right?
That was so funny.
Am I right?
Yeah.
Because you don't know. You don't know what's going to happen. Just all of a sudden, whoop, there I am.
Oh, yeah, it was funny. There was the one where I was like, God, I haven't been going this long. And this was a quick, jump, pop. Isn't it great?
1 hour later.
1 hour later. Thanks for the rub-in. He speaks. With a dig. You troopers for hanging in there, but that was a fun ride. I love that, and thank you for sharing how you explore these things, because I sure as hell can't sit long enough to figure it out. I was just like, you could see I'm like out answering pants when I move around, but I was just moving trees around and things. So, and then we were going to start. I know we didn't step out, but I meant step offline. Date night shows. There's no fights, I guess, that he wants to watch.
Yeah, I was going to say, I thought, how did you get hijacked on an MWA night? I'm confused.
I can send you a link to like a sports site that has nonstop cage matches and fights.
We can keep
the giant busy if you want.
Oh, yes. Okay, yeah. That's awesome. I'll take it. Yeah, there's some little box. Oh, I probably should get in it. Some service. But we try to watch. He says that it's a box, and then we put on I remember we were trying to watch something, Avatar 2 when it came out or something, and it was really short, pirated in Spanish or something. You're like, wait, what? Or it's not the movie that the title says it is. So you have to be careful with some of those linky links.
You got to watch the what's at the end of those links. I mean, because you don't know what's going to pop up and make a mess on your screen. So Heidi, I know you've only got a few minutes, and we'll be talking about you after you leave the show.
Yeah.
But
tell me, Geezer
Geeks.
Geezer Geeks. GG. Okay.
So So before, one of the things I wanted to do when we were all three on, was it last week? Week ago tonight?
I think
it
so.
was. Yeah.
Last week I wasn't able. I was at the costume lady, and then I got home late to Indian.
Oh, that's right. So it was a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
And we were talking at the beginning of the conversation. I was asking you guys if you were having the same challenges and the stresses and running into this. All of a sudden, you're trying to think, well, I've got a show with this here, and I've got this interview here, and I've got to do this post, and I've got all this stuff that I'm doing, and I'm trying to organize it to make sure that it gets done, and then it gets up wherever it's supposed to go. Right?
Yeah.
Remember that? I mean,
yeah.
And it's it's come up a few more levels since that conversation a couple of weeks ago. So what I didn't get to do when we were having that conversation, because somebody threw a nugget on the table, started chasing it around, and I think it was you, Heidi, and you're just bouncing it all here. Take a look at this. But anyway, what I wanted to do was to take a minute to let us, all three of us, talk about the shows that we have and that are coming up, so that everybody can do that, and so that everybody knows what's going on, because at least between the three of us, we're either doing shows or crashing each other's shows.
True. Or 3 a day.
Right? Or yeah. So
like, hold on, guys. I was like, hold on, guys. I'm still in the garage. It's my evil clock. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
So I just wanted to take a minute to let each of us talk about what we're doing on our channels and the stuff that we've got coming up, because we've all got a lot of stuff coming up, and we're all doing a lot of stuff. So, Heidi, what do you got? I know you got stuff you're doing this next 2 weeks.
Yeah. Well, it's more kid related. It's the class.
Mm-hmm.
So that was your reference, because I was actually, oh no, Robert, I don't have many tapings coming up. I just did Canadian Spinja, that's an appearance coming up. So I do have one. And then Synaptic Circle will return, but I don't think it's going to be the moms next week, because my community, we're all involved in these plays. If it's not my son's, it's my son's, it's my daughter's, it's mine, and all of them involve like costume houses and set design, and I mean the works. We go all out, but ourselves, with our own bodies and stuff. Like my whole front of my area, my foyer, that side of the room, it's full of stuff to go with me to back to school Monday for themes and costume ideas and jewelry and things. And so that's what we're doing. So
there are two plays.
Well, mine is in 2.5 weeks. Then my daughter's is in one and a half week, and my son's is in a couple days. His got pushed a week because half his class got sick. His stomach bug went around. And they just couldn't fight it. The little Vikings couldn't fight it. So their Viking play takes place this week coming up. And so, but it involves, the parents with them, me helping with the costume, me making sure they got their lines. And then for me, I'm like sourcing all this stuff, trying to make sure I communicate with parents, and then bring out the best in the kids. I found the play that we're doing, and from the New York Rudolph Steiner School, it's probably like 80 G's a year or 80K a year or something. I saw that sounds awful, but it was the Fufu School, and they were doing the play I'm doing, and so I got to see word for word. But it was like I was like, we got this. Like even if we just came out in our costumes, because my kids are total. I brought out the thespian in all of them. Like I gave them. They really have a voice in the class. So even the quietest, shyest ones are taking turns being really big. It's so fun. Oh wait, you only asked me what I have going on. Yeah.
No, well, the whole kid thing is awesome, because the work you're doing there is, like we've talked about on the shows we've done, is just phenomenal. It's the right kind of stuff, and seeing that progress and everything that you're doing with those kids is awesome. But you also do this digital content creator thing, and you've been doing some shows. So
I've been doing stuff, yes.
So what the latest shows you've done, the one you did with Castle Dude, was that last week?
Neil?
Yeah, with Neil. It was a good thing I hadn't been drinking, because I would have pissed my pants.
I thought some of everybody was. It was pretty funny. That's the after hours show, I think. Some naughty came out. But it was supposed to. It's 420. That was a fun one. So that's the Human Experience Hangout. This high vibe Human Experience Hangout with Heidi. I kind of thought about that in 2020, and then I'm like, it's really a long title though, but I want to do it. So I started with like a Chicago buddy of mine, Rick Ramirez. Hey, Rick. And basically there's been 25 episodes since then. So I just did the 25th last night with Michael Cox, but Neil was 24. There were chunks of time that I was down in between it. But it was really me just being like, I want to talk to the cyber friends and like I do with the Synaptic Circle, but it's their life. You know, tell me your life story, or what about this exciting thing I saw? Tell me, you know, interviewing basically. But talking to my pals online and getting to meet them online. So that's the Human Experience Hangout. And then the Synaptic Circle, which we got to do again, fellas. Both of you are on the first one. And it's me just gathering like minds and talking, sharing our synapses, synchronizing our synapses over a common theme. There. I got that tag down. And I'm having a blast with that. And that's the toughie one, because you have to sync multiple schedules. And mine got really thin this month because of the play. So I have a little chunk of time, but I'm going to do some more that have to do with the kids. And then I kind of go through my Rolodex and get inspired. And I pull people together that don't necessarily know each other, but we're kind of from the same community. So then they get to meet each other too. And yeah, those are the things I'm doing. That was like 20 minutes.
Well, I knew it was going to take longer than we allotted, or you allotted. So I was just going to wind you up and let you go. That is awesome. That human experience in the Synaptic Circle approach.
Yeah. Which you helped me with. You both did. You both are helping with that, but you even literally with the name, Robert.
Well, you just threw a couple at me, and I went, well, that kind of sounds good. But the idea of having those, having the perspective of a synaptic circle, and then have a separate thing of human experience.
I know, right? It's kind of all the same in a way.
Well, but it's kind of I don't know. To me, it seems like it's two different domains of the same continuum. So you have the synaptic, excitations that go on, but those are happening because of the human experience you're having.
Yeah. So I think, the Synaptic Circle is the plural people one. The human experience hangout is one person. That's the difference. That's the difference of the theme.
Well, but the ones I've been fortunate to be on and the ones I've seen you do are just, I mean, they're great. I mean, it's really nice to see the engagement in conversation of different consciousnesses.
Yeah.
That each have their own set of experience and perspectives, right?
Yeah. I like that too. I like that. That's what I like. That's what I like about doing it. That's what I always liked about my work, my jobs, or how I kind of navigate a little bit. I'm fascinated with people's stories, but I also know everyone deserves to be heard. And I think that has a lot to do with it. That's the part. Like, I think I can get people. Some people that have done it in the past 25 things in the human one, some don't even podcast. And then when I did the Homeschool Mom series, some don't even do this stuff. So I bring them out of that first awkward shell, but then they always say, thank you for letting me get those thoughts out. Like, those are my beliefs. And it felt good to share them and say them. And I was like, totally. Like, thanks for sharing. Just like making safe places for that. That used to be me in craft service too. So I was like Lucy with the sign over her head, like, who wants to talk? Who needs to talk? I was sad my lemonade stand, but I need to pay too. Pay me for my time, but I'll help you sort your sauce.
Well, and the thing is, you're doing the essentially, correct me if I'm wrong, but you're doing the same thing with the kids.
Yeah. And I get paid. You're right. I'm holding a place for them to get their voice out. You're right. Ding, ding, ding. Look who says hello. Yeah, you're right. I am. Yeah, so that's what I'm doing.
So you're bridging the old with and the new, and you're working on the frequency vibration foundation of reality, and you're engaging that through the consciousness of the individuals who have these their own experience, that they don't get a chance. It's like kids. I mean, kids, they're still forming all of this stuff, right?
Yeah.
But they still haven't experienced. They have an expression, something that they're experiencing that they want to express. And they're not sure how to use that. Where are the words that I use to explain what I just saw or what I just felt, right? And then oddly enough, when people get older, they lose the ability to express themselves.
They do. You're right. Yeah. Except us. I'm kidding.
We are clearly the exception to the rule. There is no inhibition or guardrails on the expression of oneself in this crew.
Well, Garrett, what do you have going on?
Well, other than the Geezer Geeks, which I think is going to be a weekly thing now for sure.
Nice. Cool.
On Midwest Night Watchers, we got Barb Hartman coming up, and she's from Grizzly Chris's Grizzly on the Hunts for his show. So she's going to come on our show and tell us about her Bigfoot experiences, and she's experienced orbs and all the same stuff that we've always talked about on our show. So this, I don't know. I think she's been on other shows, but I know this will be a great chance for her to tell us of her story, her experiences.
That's going to be awesome. I'm looking forward to watching. I'm looking forward to seeing this and hearing this and watching this grow. This is really exciting. I want the merch, man. Let me wear the merch.
Yeah, then after that, we will be on her show. She has her own show on his platform, so she'll be interviewing us shortly, a couple weeks after she's been on our show.
Nice. Isn't that sweet how that works? That's really sweet. I like that connection. That's awesome. And you have your camera going all night, your sky cam.
Yep, that's been 24/7. We take a few breaks to give the computer a rest and reboot all the camera systems and stuff to make sure there's updates taken care of, and then we come right back on and run for a week or more, and then we have Robert's music overnight, or we'll have Jane's music from Chiro Sounds on, and I have one other person that donated some music to us. It's Clay from Conspiracy Music. That's his channel on YouTube and Rumble.
Oh, and nice.
They do a lot of indie rock and unknown artists, and so he profiles them and puts their music on. But he also does his own music, and he'll sit there and make his own tracks. So that's what I'm using right now is tracks from him, and it's kind of a nice electric guitar, but it's not a loud, heavy guitar, but it's got a good sound. So we put that on once in a while and promote his channel.
I love that. That's so kind of you. That's sweet. I pumped your guys' music. I love the James Handpans and stuff. I love James' music. I love all of your music. You have the whole channel. It took me a minute, Robert. I had to line up your channels the right way because you have the music and you had a few going at one time, and I wanted to catch them all. It reminded me, Daryl, when you said you had multiple devices out so you can watch all the things, all the different channels. We gotta pump each other up and support each other up. Well, I think that's sweet. I loved your episode with Barry Littleton too.
Yeah, we're going to have Barry back. We got a lot of people coming up. I mean, we got a paranormal team, all girls, 4 girls coming from the UK. They're going to be doing a show with us. And we got Lala Bright. She's with Bob, and she's going to be on. We're going to be talking about orbs and skyfish and fairies. And then we have Dennis Carroll. If anybody's ever seen Dennis Carroll, he has his own show, Hunting the Shadows, and he's on Jessica Jones, The Cryptid Hunters a lot, and other podcasts. So he's going to be coming on, and we're booked all the way through June almost again. So we kind of go down the list, and all of a sudden it starts filling up again, which is a good thing. I mean, I love everybody and people coming on we do some repeats, but most of it's all new people finding us and say, hey, I want to come talk to you.
Yay! Building that community.
That's right.
Oh, that's awesome. You guys are the best to talk to. It was like I was talking about that today on my random hour-and-a-half event. It was like talking to home, the Midwest blood. It was just a vibe. It's just a vibe. Now that's already a T-shirt, but it's just a vibe.
Well,
Okay.
when we were testing, I guess it was Thursday night. We were, popping in and out of the live streams and all that, and then we finally got the last one out, and we were trying to sign off, and we were saying adios, and Jill says, "Don't forget to upgrade your download." And we went, "Okay, that's going on shirts, hats, mugs. Upgrade your download."
Yeah, that's excellent.
So we've already got our first merch idea. And there's a bunch of others are popping out every time we get on and poke the tech. This is like, whoa, wait a minute, we can use that on some merch.
Yeah.
Make more money selling shit than people listening to us.
Hey, and people love their shit. They will buy it.
Yeah.
I mean, you ever notice how your shit is stuff and other people's stuff is shit?
As I've been purging shit for like 2 months, yep. Holy heck, yes. And then I took in other people's stuff. Like my friend Tanya left, so I took all her leftovers. I just refilled with new things that I just purged spaces for. But it's fun because it's new energy. But a lot of that was plants. I have so many new plants. I'm just like, la, 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 la. I'm running through all this. Here's another new one. They're happy. They're doing well. Anyway, I do have to run now. I got the evil eye.
Well, tell the big G there that we appreciate letting you come and join us and get away for a few minutes and spread more of that gorgeous light and loveliness that you are. So
absolutely. I'm sorry I kept you waiting. I got to stop going in that garage at that time on Saturday night. People didn't leave that up to their imagination. All right, have a beautiful rest of the night. I'll talk to both of you soon. Thanks, Carol. You know Carol's my podcast pimp, right?
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Yeah, he thinks he's doing this show with me, right? No, I'm using him because he's a pimp. He's the dude.
Oh my God, that was the best. Hey, there's another shirt. There's one more flag.
You gotta be careful. You gotta be careful what you wish for, because pretty soon your podcast is going to be all over all kinds of Facebook groups everywhere. So you'll be having all kinds of people coming in.
And where? To here? Yes. This is. I think this is a good thing you're doing, Mr. Robert. Oops. And I'm sending you. Every time it does that, I hope it doesn't go out on you. I'm sending you so much good juju for the rest of the night. You guys have a beautiful. See, I get lost. And I'm like about to tell a whole other story. You guys are you're wearing off on me. What's happening?
Well, thank you, my dear. Thanks for coming. Have a great evening. We will not be thinking about you, but we will be talking about you.
It was. Bye, guys. Bye, Cyber World. Now it's the funny part where I have to move my contact. How do I get out of here?
Where's the button? Eject.
Where's the button?
Eject. Okay. Eject. See if there she goes.
She just adds so much fun and liveliness and love to every time she comes on. It's just nothing but joy coming out of her.
There's just a whole lot of bubbly stuff going on, and you go, well, the only thing bubbly like that I've ever seen is a fine champagne.
I mean, I almost felt like dropping down, just let her take over, and
Well, you didn't see me jumping in. I was like, you go, girl. Just get it. Remember, I told you there was still a bunch of dry powder on that one, even after that what she did this afternoon. So yeah, that was very nice. Okay, well, the only problem I've seen is Karen said that on X I have to enable comments on the stream so that one can comment. But I just went and looked and I couldn't see where anything like that was. So I'm going to have to investigate that later. This is us. Yeah. I get there are so many of you and me in different tabs right now. It's like, wait a minute, that's us again. Which one is that? Oh, yes. Let's see. And then this one is yours. And then this one is X.
So I've been I got our Rumble on the studio right here on the main screen, and then on my other screen I got my YouTubes and everything going, but then I do a pop out chat and I drag them over to the main screen. So all I have is just the chats next to our video. So I don't have to look over there all the time to see what's going on.
So yeah, I've got the chats out. I don't need that. That is different. I've got them all lined up in these separate tabs. Got to tell you, if you didn't have dual screens, this would be a hell of a lot more of a pain in the ass.
Yeah, usually upstairs when we're watching other people's shows or we're mods in their channels or whatever, we got like 3 tablets, a phone, and going at the same time. We're switching back and forth. And every once in a while, I'll make a mistake and like I'll say hi to somebody. He's like, "Oh, that's the wrong show," so I got to remove it.
Well, I was going to say that explains a lot of the questionable comments you make in chats that I've seen.
That's right.
It's like, wait a minute, he can't be talking about these.
I just let people brush it off because I'm old and they just kind of, never mind. He's all right.
Yeah, right. So is that your YouTube channel now in the chat that we see in the studio? So you're not chatting in there?
Not in Rumble. I'm not chatting because I don't have no way to chat in Rumble.
No, I mean from your YouTube channel. Are those so in our live chat in the studio where it says you said hi Mary, thank you Karen. Is that from your YouTube
channel? Oh, that's
channel?
from mine. That is from mine, I guess. Oh, no, wait. Yeah. How did that populate all of a sudden?
I don't know.
But I'm not seeing everybody else's comments in my chat coming over. Just what I'm saying.
Right.
What you're
saying.
That. But Karen's popping in, though. Hers is showing up.
So that was from my channel chat.
Yeah. I said thank you in your chat. So all of yours is popping up. Not from my channel.
That's what it is. Yep, I see it now. Okay. Crazy.
Because I'm double chatting mine and yours.
Yep. I got them both open too. Okay, so we know Rumble's gone live. Yeah, because Lady in the Lake is from Rumble. Tennessee Bigfoot just jumped in. Yep. So, thank you. He's coming from my chat on YouTube. Thank you, sir. Very interesting. Well, I mean, if Heidi would have been on her computer, the phone wasn't that bad.
Right.
except for the fact that she's walking all over the place and moving around and shit. And it's like, yeah, when a girl's got ants, that's what happens.
Yeah, we needed to get her locked into a chair behind the computer.
Right. So let's see. Haven't heard back from Jim.
Yeah, I'm hoping Chastity comes in, and we still got Mr. B out there floating around somewhere. Hopefully he'll pop in.
He's got to be around somewhere. Where is... That's a studio. This one is not needed. That's done. That's live. That's good. I can't. It's funny as hell to see your face in multiple versions on different platforms.
That's why I just have Rumble Studio right in front of me and a couple of chats opened up so I don't have to stare at it.
Yeah, it's very distracting. Okay, so I'm going to minimize that bad boy, keep the chats up. And what do we got here? This is who? Don't need any of this. I'm going to tag Chastity again. Chat here. Okay. Let's see if is that. Yep. All right. All right, cool. Well, I'm thinking that, see, we've been going for just over an hour. How can Heidi be live? What's going on here? Did she go? That's an old.
That's probably from this afternoon, maybe.
Old one from this afternoon. I was like, wait a minute. She get jacked into another one? That's funny. Okay, get rid of this. Well, why don't we do a little musical interlude?
All right.
You can just load up something from my channel if you like. And do a pause for the cause and grab a toddy for the body. And with everyone's permission, we'll take a wee intermission.
All right. We will start that back up, and then you can make it full screen, I believe, on your side.
All right, we'll try that. That'll be another one of the, hey, what does this do moments? This one is, if I go home, are we live? Look at that. I like showing up on the LiveX little feed there of live, surrounded by President Biden is live. KGRA Radio is live. Of course, Robert Bauer's live. And then Dr. Simon Godek is live talking about Trump. Apparently, they must think that, or maybe the algorithm's just kind of teasing me, but they must think that we are in that league. And look at that. So how can I enable chat? No. Chat. Say something. Hang on. Okay, well, I was able to chat in my chat. but I don't see any other settings for it, so we might have to look at that a little deeper.
All right.
So what do you got loaded up there?
We got the music ready to go, and
sweet. Is there somewhere where I can do full screen of this?
I would think so, but we can at least get rid of our cameras and be right back.
Yeah, what happens if I cut my cam? Oh, can you still hear me?
Well, it's on. I can, but I don't know if everybody else in chat can.
All right, yeah, let's just take a pause and come on back. Is the music going?
Yeah, can you hear it?
No.
I think you got to be in studio to hear it. You got to be up on the screen.
I hear nada.
Really?
Anybody in the chat? What are you hearing over there? Jane says, wee wee music. No music. Yes, we hear you. So there's
no music. Why? It's playing. And I got.
Can you hear it on your end?
It does say mute for some reason, but why does it say mute when I got it playing?
Well, it'll play if you have it muted. It doesn't matter if you're muted or not. Play will work. So chat's confirming no tunes.
All right. Well, let's
reload it and try again.
All right. Well,
Hey, Jennifer, thank you. We're getting getting the no music sorted here. Something will be in shortly.
see if this works. Gotta find the right one.
Hear it now. 5 by in the chat, anyone? I'm hearing it. Oh my. There we are.
Here we are.
There's nothing like a little pause for the cause, you know what I mean?
That's right. I shared your Rumble in both our YouTube chats, so people are asking where on Rumble we were.
Sweet. Well, I tagged Miss Chastity and haven't heard back, so hopefully she'll be able to muster a few minutes to join us.
Well, if they have some free time later, I'm sure we will still be here.
Where is... Oh, shit. Hold on a second. Yep, okay. Oh, that's... Camera and screen presentation are not the same.
Oh.
At least when you click the one you think is the other one. It's nice to see some folks chatting over in the land of the Rumble.
Yeah. Yeah, so it might take a few shows, and you'll start having people on X and Facebook showing up, and Rumble, and our YouTubes, and then who knows? We might have to venture out. We can get Heidi in here for a night. Maybe she can stream, and Mr. B can stream, and
Yeah, I mean, being able to get him out there to get as much. Jennifer from Facebook is Jackie Wood. Jackie Wild. Ah, Jackie Wild. Mm-hmm. I think we're at about the end of this piece. Let's
well, I don't know if I hit. Last time I hit the playlist, so I don't know if we did or not.
Oh, that part one is if you did the playlist, that's the first of the track. But if I change this from presentation mode, does that stops the screen share, right?
Yeah. It just takes it down. So let's see if part two or yep, it went to part two.
So you're in the playlist then.
Yeah, so I can stop that for a while and we can talk, and we can bring it back up if we need to.
Well, I like the pause in the conversation, especially after, when somebody with all the stuff, all the energy that a Heidi Pop has comes and sprinkles across your stream, you're like, whoa, I need a break after that. But that was nice. It's nice to have a platform and at least a method that where you can just have a conversation and people can just stop by. It's kind of like stopping by and having a drink, but you're stopping by and having a think.
Yeah, that's right. Get them noggins going. You gotta, they talk about, physical health, as you get older, or anybody really in general, you got to keep moving, but also you got to keep that mind exercise. You gotta be thinking, you gotta be try to open that box of yours and expand your world.
I think all of the things that make up the human experience that we have from the physical side is just it's all it is a learning playground. I mean, there's more stuff going on in there from the moment you're aware of it, and then the continuum just goes forward in a regular motion, and you're just constantly finding, experiencing, bumping into, running into, getting thrown into, jumping purposely into something new, something that you may not have known before, may not have known that it even existed, but at a minimum, you haven't experienced it. And once you do that, there's a whole nother realm of the world of woo that opens up. I mean, for me, it's like, well, okay, every time I open my eyes and I'm either seeing the thought or I'm hearing the thought, and then I'm sitting back and I'm observing the thought, and I'm going, why am I thinking about that?
Right. There's a reason. It came there for a reason.
There's something going on there that I need to know more about. Because when that thinking gets engaged, the next thing you know, you're, at least in my case, if you've got an insatiable curiosity and an overly fertilized field of imagination, as I do, then you got to be careful of some of that stuff, because you get out there and it drags you all through the field. You're wandering around all kinds of crap. Next thing you know, you're showing up at home with corn stalks sticking out of you and weeds and dirt clumps and shit. And you're going, wow, that was a hell of a trip. I have to sit back and ruminate on that. But that's life in general, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, let alone this world we live in, where it's hustle and bustle and all our devices. I mean, we're on devices now, obviously, because we're going through the interwebs and talking to everybody. But Just take the time out. Shut your Wi-Fi down. Shut all that outside noise off. Enjoy some nice music, whether it's meditation like we were just playing of yours, or go outside in nature and take your shoes and socks off and ground yourself and just sit there in the peace and enjoy nature. Go for a hike, whatever you like to do, whether it's sit by a lake or out in the forest or out in your backyard, wherever's peaceful and you can just ground yourself, and you'll be surprised how many things just start coming to you. And we've talked about downloads and stuff being in the ether just coming into you. Well, guess what? You got to do that stuff to be a receiver.
At least to be open to it, knowing that it's there, and hopefully you catch some. Because I think that it's equally part of what we're seeing. We're simply because of the lack of awareness, let alone all of the filters and the crap and the bullshit that's been wrapped around all of this talk of woo, which is really the woo is the real. It's the reality of what is going on. There's all kinds of scholarly debates and, you know, learned discussions about the who and the why and where it came from. You can go on and on all you want about that, but at the end of the day, the empirical experience that you have about the things that you engage with, that you then have as an experience, that's all we got. We all seem to have a realm of frequencies and energy that has common characteristics. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to engage with one another, right? So there's a common band of consciousness energy, in my perspective, that is where all of this stuff manifests, and then it cycles within that common band, and it bumps into, and it accretes, and it blows stuff apart. It does all kinds of different things because that's just the nature of the way it works. But you can, if you're paying attention to the nature of the way it works, then you can adjust accordingly, and you can manage, and you can mitigate the bullshit and maximize the good stuff if you're paying attention to what goes on characteristically in that frequency stream. That's a long way of saying it's all about the flow, baby.
That's right.
And you'll understand the flow better if you upgrade your download.
That is a fact. You gotta upgrade. You gotta be a receiver. I mean, we talk about this all the time, and you just mentioned a little while ago about this reality that we live in is not really the real reality. I mean, have you ever had a dream where you've been in it and it's just so vivid and colorful, and you wake up and it's like, where am I? I mean, it's like you want to go back.
Yeah, right. And you sit there and you go, well, how in the hell does that experience happen to where my sensation of it is realer than the reality, right? I think that part of what happens is the space that we inhabit in the material world and the physical reality is all a bunch of frequencies and energy. It all manifests in its own ways, has its own characteristics and attributes and delineations that you can look at that are pretty reliable. When you see that pattern, you kind of go, well, that's probably what that is. It's a pattern recognition kind of, if you look at it from that's a simplistic perspective. But once you get to that perspective, all of a sudden you're looking at stuff going, you know, I used to think this about that, but I have all this other stuff about that I didn't have before when I thought about it the way I did. So now I've got new data sets and there's new metrics in the matrix that I have run into. It's like, oh, I didn't know those metrics were out there in the matrix. But now that I do, that brings a whole different color of light to whatever it might be that I'm now re-examining, and because I have new information about it.
Yeah, I mean, there's just a whole nother world out there. I mean, if people, we always talk about raise your vibration, raise your consciousness. Well, what is it? What is that? Where are you going when you're raising your consciousness and your vibrations and frequencies? I mean, we talk about our higher self, or soul families, or what? There's just so many terms out there, and people have different theories on everything. So if you're trying to reach out and raise your vibrations or get to a higher consciousness, well, is that higher consciousness a whole nother world? Or does that open up windows and doorways for us to go and venture through, and where other people aren't necessarily seeing that?
Those are the questions, right? And for me, it goes back to, and then my regular mantra that I rant and harp on ad nauseum. And that's about the whole idea of the words that you use to define your reality gives you the perspective that you use to engage with it. So words are incredibly powerful. The symbols, the letters, the sounds that go into language that are then construct words and then sentences of ideas and then tomes of the deep and the unknown and the mystical. But those words are important. And if somebody says raise your consciousness, it's like, well, okay, I got two questions right off the bat. What is this consciousness thing that you speak of? Is it the me knowing that I'm me, or I need some help with some delineation of that I can grab onto, because it's very ephemeral or ethereal, the term
Ethereal,
consciousness, right? And then raise it. It's like, wait a minute. You telling me that if I figure out how to do this consciousness thing, that I can go in and make more of it and raise it up and make it more powerful? Yes. All right. So get me back to that consciousness thing. How do you explain that and help me, get my arms around it, get my mind around it, right? So the whole idea is based on the concept that is not in my opinion, not the nut of the nugget. It's not the reality of what it is. The reality is, yes, consciousness exists. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here. There would be no reality. So, and that's something that we all share. It has common characteristics of the way it works, but it manifests all by itself very uniquely in every instant of the consciousness being. We are all frequency stamps and signatures of the infinite field of frequencies that is the energy that comes from consciousness. Done. I don't need anything else. I don't need a hierarchy to it. I just need to know that that's how it works, at least in my observation. And explanations around all those different components are legion. Ancient civilizations, philosophers, scientists, theologians, all incredible shit trying to explain this reality that we inhabit. At the end of the day, they wouldn't be doing that if it wasn't for consciousness. No one would be having any speculative experience if it wasn't for their consciousness. No one would have memory if it wasn't for consciousness. No one would be able to engage in some normal set of engagement and rules and practices and customs with others if there wasn't consciousness going on.
Right.
So I just said, all right, I need to look at it from just that perspective. How does that thing work? How does it manifest? What are its characteristics? So when I went through it, I observed that there is a certain process in the way that this thing called thought works. Thought happens because consciousness exists. Well, everybody's got, explanations for consciousness are a dime a dozen. And there's many making millions off of their interpretation, speculation, and what they've said is their theory of what this magical thing is. The thing about consciousness in the knowledge domains of science, in particular in our modern science, is that consciousness is the hard problem. It doesn't matter if you're doing molecular biology or astrophysics. If there's consciousness introduced into any of the formulas, into the math models and machines that they use to crank out these ginormous, incomprehensible word salad of symbology to say this is how this explains all of that. All that stuff is just somebody else's speculation. Somebody has said, hey, I think that the grand unified field theory looks like this, and it has these components, and it explains everything. You go, oh, cool. Let's see what you came up with. Oh, the little DMT was involved in that. Nice. This could be a very interesting exploration that this person has come up with. So anyway, that whole raise your consciousness, I was part of the bullshit back in the 90s on the new age thing, and I got sucked in, and I pumped up some of the, become in one with the one by finding the guru in you, be in the now, all of that stuff. Raise your vibration. It's all about the vibe, man. Well, they were all kind of dancing around the truth, but it was a bunch of clouded crap. So it became useful until it became useless. And people started going, there's more of those new age hippie type flower power children kind of thing. But they were looking in the right direction. They just didn't have enough to go finish the journey and find this stuff, which is, to me, when they say you got to find the one, connect with the one, it's like, no, you already are the one. You're made of the same thing that the one made you from. Ergo, you are a part of the one. There is no finding it. There's becoming aware of it and knowledgeable of it and becoming an adept with learning how it works and how it functions and maximizing your time that you are Ubering it in this iteration, because it'll pass, but you'll move on. The you that makes you in that infinite field of frequencies, that unique frequency stamp, the unique signature that makes you, me, and everyone else who they are, that's eternal. That happens when energy is created like that. It never goes away. It transforms, but energy doesn't ever disappear. Entropy is bullshit. I mean, the second law of thermodynamics is nonsense. The majority of the dogmas of the sciences that we have today are that they call laws are nothing more than assumptions. The laws of thermodynamics, the law of the energy of conservation of energy, the law of the constants, all of that's just bullshit that people have put on it to try to corral it and say that, see, I own this knowledge. I found this, and it's been tested, verified, and authenticated and accredited by my peers who, they're all chipping in too. It's a bunch of bullshit. And when people realize that the fundamental constructs of the sciences that we use are based on assumptions that have been lorded over by the few for too long, there's going to be a lot of pushback and a lot of rebellion. You're going to see a lot of people popping up going, I'm I'm a member of the pissed off peep population, and I'm here to stop your foolishness. So, yeah, good night, Robin. Put her to sleep probably. Between the music and my rambling, she's like, I think I'm heading to bed. So anyway, I think that's one of the important things going on out there.
I mean, obviously there's another, whether it's dimension or world, however you want to describe it, because I mean, we have paranormal experiences, we have thoughts of loved ones coming into us, we have voices that we think, that's generated to us from wherever they're coming from, somewhere.
Yep.
So whether I have a higher consciousness and I'm just here physically in this meat suit, experience whatever trials and tribulations I need to go through for a learning process, and my higher self or whatever is out there in the ether is guiding me or absorbing whatever I'm going through or I don't know how it works. That's just my
That's the thing
guess.
is, that's the thing is that nobody knows, but it exhibits the characteristic of a lot of the stories and things that we've been told about how it works. There are common characteristics of creation and novelty and always moving forward. That's one of the things that I got wound up about in the 90s was everybody's going, you got to be in the now. There is no now. Now is then. Next is now. We're always moving forward. There's always a constant movement in at least the concept of time in the way that we think about it. And how do you explain a linear memory of sequences of events? Well, that requires time. However you want to, define it and delineate it, but we're always in the next. And if people realize that one of the key things that we do in the way that our minds function in this consciousness realm is we are pattern recognition. We process those patterns. This is in the sequence. We see a pattern, we process it, we determine how it fits in the things we resonate with, our preferences, our biases, our peccadillos, prejudices, all those things, which are all weaponized because you can't have those. Can't be any of those things. Like, no. That's how we fucking function. That's how we work. That's just the way it works. Controlling it and managing it is your responsibility to maximize it. So after we do that, then we see rhythms. Rhythms also are connected to patterns, but we see rhythms and cycles. There's a rhythm to the constant moving motion of forwardness or motion of time, and it has rhythms in it. And then we have this weird thing that happens where all of a sudden we are starting to have a predictive perspective. We start doing the analytical work of what's going on, and we try to see where it might be going. And if we want to continue down that path, or if we don't, or you want to make some modifications to the path. That's the next. You're always in the next. Because that's what's happening is always the next. So if you're always doing that, you need to pay attention to the fact that you're always in a predictive mode. You're always in you're looking for premonition, for insights, for instinct, but you're always looking forward based on what you know right now, which is in the next. It sounds kind of confusing, but it made sense in my head before it came out. So the whole thing, to me, it's all based on the incorrect view of the way that reality works and the way that we engage with it.
Right. I don't know what it is. I don't know where these things come from. Like we've talked about before, all of a sudden you just have these thoughts and it's like, okay, this isn't natural for me. I don't know where it came from. I wasn't thinking about it. It just was there.
Right.
So I kind of look at it the way I treat electricity. I mean, there's a switch on that wall and I know it'll turn on the light when it's dark out. So, I mean, I don't worry about how the electricity got there or what it does, but I learned that if I flick that switch, the light comes on. So, I mean, that's kind of how I take my paranormal or consciousness or downloads, that's how I take it. I figure out, okay, every time I do this, it's like I'm flicking that switch and the light comes on. That's the things I'm trying to pay attention to. Is there anything I'm doing to engage this, whether it's like we talked about before, grounding, meditating, get rid of all the social junk and noise from the world coming into you. I mean, that's how where I'm at as a start.
I mean, you have to, if you have incoming all the time, people throwing shit bombs of bullshit and God knows what other shit they're making up, shit that they're, trying to make more of what it isn't. And I mean, you have to parry that shit off. You gotta know it's coming and you gotta see it coming so that you can go duck, hide, stay out of, just go into your bunker. And that's one of the things that you and I in particular have been blessed with is the fact that we basically live in our bunkers. we don't have to go out and engage much with the craziness, but when we do, we can, it's another data point. But it's safer, in my opinion, than being out with the masses of humanity. And not necessarily because of the troubled times and the bullshit and the crap that's been going on for a long time and that may come. It's just sometimes a crowd of people is just not a fun place to be. And I'm a guy grew up going to the big stadium concerts in the 70s and 80s going, So, yeah, the whole people-y thing is an interesting balance as you get older. It's like I love peeps, but I prefer very few.
Right. Yep, that's true. I think it comes with age. I don't know what it is. I think that means when you finally graduate to become a geezer.
You have achieved club geezership. Yeah, I don't know. I sometimes when I see the stuff, I look at it and go, well, that can't be, somebody's really pushing that. Really? That's what they're thinking? That's what they want to go with? And then you sit there and you go, well, I'd like to understand the questions you use to arrive at the conclusion and the decision you made to do what you're doing. How did you make that decision? I think it would be an interesting exploration to go see just how did you get where that is?
Yeah.
It's
what led you down? What flow chart did you have to use to get there?
You didn't use a Venn diagram making this decision, did you? Are you sure you picked the right circles?
Maybe you should have said no instead of yes on this one.
Right? It's like, yeah, I think next time you read closer and to both the question and your answer that you're selecting.
Life is a multiple choice.
Yeah, and that's that thing about, there's a lot of debate. There's been going on for a few years, but in the last few months, a number of these philosophy of mind professors and thinkers and doctorates and stuff have been having a bunch of very interesting discussions about the state of consciousness, and in particular, is there free will? And I just find the whole question is there free will? It's like, do you not make choices?
Right.
I mean, you're making a choice to even have this decision, right? So did you will that choice? Did you have freedom in making that choice? And is that not the expression of, well, and that this goes back to the linguistic thing. Shouldn't say free will. You got to separate those two. What is will? The will to do something, the intent, the self-imposed drive, or self-inflicted desire that you may have. Well, you have a will towards that, a want to do something. So free will is, well, is that, in other words, do you have control over the freedom of having that ability to choose? And that's why these guys that get into these incredibly intellectual and deep discussions, and I'm listening to the logic and I'm going, dude, I'm picking, thanks for you dropped a couple of 25-cent words. I'm going to incorporate them into my spiel. Thank you very much. But your logic makes no sense whatsoever. But they are just totally intellectually bought and sold and delivering it with a lot of intellectual heft. But you just listen to it and you go, well, that doesn't make any sense. It sounded interesting, but I need clarification on how those words were used when you defined what you came up with, because some of these answers is like, no, free will is an illusion, just like consciousness. You go, well, how can that be? Illusion is an aspect of consciousness. So you're not saying it's not there by saying that it's something that is a part of how it works. That doesn't make any sense.
Right.
So, and people are really, I mean, they get twerked and tweaked and twisted and tugged and triggered on when you start challenging some of this stuff, or you just by asking questions. And you go, well, are you sure within yourself of that which you're pontificating on and declaring as dogma, as truth, as the reality of reality? Well, I don't know. There's a whole bunch of guys over here got something else quite interesting, so I'm gonna go listen to their shit and see if they've got any 25-cent words I can snark from them.
See, you're supposed to just drink the Kool-Aid and go along with the flow, man. What are you doing?
Yeah, that's the model. People are encouraged to do, the compliance, right? Compliance will be rewarded.
So a long time ago, I heard the phrase, or I don't know how it came to me, is that there's two types of people in the world: those that I control and those that don't know that I control them. And I think that is an aspect of a lot of these things, that if I allow them to bother me or constantly be in my head where I'm thinking about them, then they're controlling me. And they don't even have to try.
You are giving them that control freely.
Right. So you can, if just like when somebody picks an argument with you, if you have an argument in that instant, okay, there might be a little bit of control back and forth or whatever. But if you sit there and dwell on it for a week or a month because this person did you wrong, or whatever the situation is, then you're allowing them to control you. They're actually controlling you, and they don't even have to be there to be a part of it or an active part of it.
Well, the thing is people don't realize that their opinions are assigned to them by the information feeds that they consume. Because in those feeds, depending on what your source is and what their agenda and all the other stuff going on around that, a steady diet of any information of too much of one thing is going to cause a warpage and develop its own, mind parasite. But, one of the biggest examples of what you're talking about, in my opinion, is the idea of somebody living rent free in someone else's mind.
Right.
Right. That's because they're allowing that renter to come in and irritate the shit out of them. And there's no better example of that than all these people that are just got their tits in a ringer and their thongs in a bunch about Trump. These people, Trump lives in all of their minds rent free. He causes the chaos, or they institute their own chaos because of them allowing him and all of the crap they've wrapped around what a nasty individual he is, and all the different terrible things and this and that. And it's like, well, you guys you have a personality problem. You don't have a problem, anything. This guy just rubs your energy the wrong way and you can't take it. You are not emotionally mature enough or psychologically developed enough to handle your own emotions, and you're requiring everyone else to do it for you. Sorry, that might work in the asylum, but that's not going to work in society. It can't, because other people aren't going to. Everybody else wants to live and integrate and migrate and navigate through reality with as least amount of friction as possible and the most amount of return as possible. That's just general.
I like when they go out on the street and start asking people questions like, did you hear what Trump did today? And they insert Biden policies instead of actual Trump policies. And it's like they automatically just hate it. Like, no, I don't like that. I don't. Well, that's weird because that's exactly what Biden just did. Then all of a sudden you're like, oh, well,
yeah. Yeah, Trump, I mean, he may be the king of the hill, the champion of real estate of all time, because he not only does the ground, he does the mines. He's taken over more fucking real estate in people's heads that he didn't ask to come in. They invited him in. And then they treated him like some drug dealing tenant that they don't want to get rid of, that they can't get rid of no matter how hard they try. I mean, it's like, are you kidding me, folks? Come on. You know, you're poking at the wrong thing for the wrong reasons, and all you're doing is ginning yourself up, making the rest of us have to put up with your bullshit. It's like, no, you need to stop. And why you can't see that you need to stop is just a whole nother problem. Maybe this rent-free zone went from 2,000 square feet and it's now taking up 10,000 square feet in your head. There's no room to think about anything else. Like, just back off of the bullshit. Turn the volume down a little bit. Slow your roll. Stay in your lane a little. Don't get out there, start bumping all over the place, going crazy, yelling at people and honking your horn and shooting your gun off. It's like, no. That doesn't help getting anybody's attention so that you can persuade them to follow your foolishness. Just remember that when you engage with these people, most of them have, as a result, no thanks to you, have come up with even more sensitive and powerful bullshit meters. So you better bring your best shit, because people are going to see that shit. They're going to smell that shit, and they're going to hear that shit. And they're going to say, sorry, no shit. Not interested.
Yep.
And I think that's, a lot of what we're starting to see now.
Yeah, it's crazy out there. I mean, if you got to take the personality out of it. I mean, if you don't like when Trump was tweeting all the time, okay, you don't like that. You don't like how
I'm offended.
Yeah. Take all that out and just look at the policies or look at whatever he's trying to implement or whatever's going on. Take all that other stuff that you hate about the actual person or his attributes to him and actually see, okay, what really matters? Is he doing something good or is he doing something bad for the country? Just don't automatically hate it, no matter if it's good or bad, just because of the individual that's putting it out there.
Well, the thing is that they've infected their own thinking so deeply that it's hard to see past it and to figure out that, maybe there needs to be some adjustments, or at a minimum, is it working? And if you can't see that it's not working, you have a different problem, because it's clearly not working. But there are people who emotionally attach themselves to an ideology that's made out of words that are put into sentences in a language with symbols and sounds and letters that define the reality you're in. And if you are in control of any of that shit, you can go in there and manipulate the words and the sentences and the theologies to your liking so that you can use it to herd the sleeple. And that's what these assholes have been doing. But they did a really good job at first. Give them an A on attempt. Some of the strategy shit, the whole C-19 nonsense, was like, well, that was pulling out the big guns. You only got one or two of those that you can spend, so it better be good. Well, they completely blew that. And it's so obvious that you go, well, you had your one chance. You did such a poor job with it that we got questions about everything else that you have responsibility for. Because when we go look at some of these other places, then none of that's doing too well either. In fact, there's a lot of broken shit everywhere. And all y'all need to answer some questions. There needs to be some accountability to what has happened. But before that, even, you need the transparency, which is the truth frequency of whatever the hell's going on. If you can see all the shit, then you can decide what it is that how the shit needs to be either fixed, corrected, or replaced. And these poor bastards have taken it to the point where they just let it self-implode and doing it on purpose, blatantly, because they know that there's no way any of it can be repaired. None of it can be fixed. It has to be replaced. And they don't have a clue how to replace it. Because for decades, they've let all these other things and people live rent-free in their mind.
Yep. Yeah, I don't have anything more to say about it. That covers everything. I mean, I'm not even really sure how we got on this subject, even really.
Well, I don't know. You pushed some button and I threw a nugget on the table and I chased it. So, but the thing is that stuff needs to be said that people are typically not having a conversation, or at least not having enough conversations about it.
Right.
You got to recognize that your reality is being reshaped. Everything that you've been told, history, people, systems, all of it is about to get a complete reveal. And the majority of it is going to take what you thought you knew and seriously just trash it. And how you handle that is going to be really important.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like you talked about before about your filters. You got to fine tune and figure out, what filters you need to apply to make your life simpler and keep this garbage out. Okay, I need to have this filter on, or I want to hear more of this, so I need to turn that filter down or deactivate it. But it's all choices we have to make. I mean, like you said, we allow stuff to come in. I mean,
and that's the thing is, people have a variety of sources of information, and once the whole social media thing got kicked off, 2010, 11 in that area, I had a MySpace. I think I still have it. But once people started connecting in those kinds of environments and platforms, then the spread of the mental parasites and virus just took off. They went, oh, look what we can do to these people. And off they went, and they did. So they've exceeded their allotted freebie to go get this done, whatever this was that they felt that they were either collectively going after or individually in a group or whatever the hell. But they're seeing that all that shit that they worked for is now, it's gone away.
Yep.
You're not going to be able to maintain that anymore. And that scares the shit out of the people that are losing control. I mean, I would too, I guess.
Right. I mean, I don't know. I mean, there's just so many. I mean, everybody's unique, and there's so many inputs and everything coming in at you, and everybody no matter what side of the aisle you're on, no matter what religion, no matter where you came from or what your upbringing is, there's always something that attracts you, and everybody's different. So some things that I don't like, you might like, and some things you don't like, I might like, or some things I may tolerate and don't really care one way or another. So I mean, it's up to the individual to apply their filters like we were talking about and decide what's resonating with this. I mean, you really have to think about it. What's resonating? What's coming in that we know is going to be good and beneficial?
And that's the thing that has been purposely deviated in the conversation of knowledge and education and learning, is understanding at that core level the only reason you're attracted to something is because it resonates with you. You better figure out how that thing works, what this resonance, you being attracted to something and its resonance. The sooner you figure that out, the more you're going to enjoy that and other things, and the more you're going to be able to mitigate the shit that you don't want. Because the things that sound right, that feel right, that have a sense of being right, that's a resonance. That's what the Greeks, I like their word gnosis. Starts with a G, by the way. Keys or gnosis. We might be able to do something with that. But the meaning of the term is the high level definition is knowledge or knowing. It's where we get our use of the word knowledge. But in gnosis, back in the Greeks, it wasn't just that you knew something, it's that you felt it in your bones.
Right.
There was a knowing. You can't explain that which you know. You just know because it is. And that resonance is what is the foundation of the frequency fields that we inhabit. That gnosis is a resonance that is resonates with our set of frequencies that makes up who we are. You need to go pay attention to that shit because you're going to run into a lot of it, and you're also going to run into a lot that don't. But oddly enough, even the ones that you don't, you will chase like the ones that you do. You will go, well, I don't resonate with that, but I want some of that, So that's the fundamental to me of just how reality and consciousness functions. And that's what people like Heidi and Lawrence and Sherry, working with kids and children to get them to have an awareness of the energy and the frequencies, the consciousness of them being who they are through different experiences and different exposure to different ways of thinking about learning, thinking about the world around you. So that's, to me, that's the cool shit.
Yeah.
So I'm going to give B a quick call here and see if he's even around. I haven't seen him anywhere, so I'm going to give him a quick call. So stand by.
All right. So I want to thank everybody that's been showing up tonight. We've had a few people pop in and out and check us out, and whether they, depending on where they live, it could be time for them to go to bed, or maybe they're moving on to something else. But thank you for coming in. And I've tried to pay attention to everybody in chat, and Robert has too. Since we have so many platforms, it's hard to see who's popping in and out of every single one of them. And we just want to thank you for being here and showing up and listening to us, whether you agree with us or not, or if something resonates with you, let us know in the comments or even in chat. If there's something that comes to your mind, put it in chat for us and we'll read it and check it out and see where it leads us. So I think this stream has been working really well. And like I said, if we get some more guests in here, we usually have on a normal night probably 4 people on screen that we can bounce ideas off of, and usually have Jim Goodall. We usually have Mr. B, Terry from Australia, and then me and Robert, of course, and Heidi. Heidi likes to come in and hang out with us once in a while whenever time permits for her, because she's busy with kids and family and weekend time. We understand, people are busy. So if anybody's still out there listening, give me a hi in chat, or tell me where you're from, or let's do a roll call. See who's all still in here hanging in with us if you're still active. So if anybody hasn't noticed, I've messed with my camera and lighting in the room. I've tried to adjust it to give I noticed before in my other streams that the lighting was kind of bland and wasn't really using my camera and all the streaming stuff to its capability. I see Ray Carr is still here. I see Claudette from Ontario, Canada. Thank you guys for coming. Trying to get some peeps to come in and say hi to us.
Yeah, I tried to track down a couple of regulars. I left a message for B, but I just talked to Jim. He just walked in the door. He got a flat tire in Phoenix. He had to drive around looking for some tire fixer. Couldn't find anything. He just walked in the door. So I threw the guilt trip on him. I said, look, I know it's been a rough day, buddy, but you're a pilot. You're a historian. You're from the U.S. Army. Come on, man. Buck it up. And he went, okay, send me the link.
Well, this is where he needs to come and hang out and decompress and unwind.
Right, that's what I said. That's what I told him. I mean, that sounds like a shitty day. Those flat tires out in the middle of the desert is, at least it's not in the summer when it would have been super nasty. Yeah, I got stuck out in the we used to go, that reminds me, let me go down that little nugget trail. There's a place out in Southern California I think it's towards, it might be the north, but I think it's towards the I think it's towards Death Valley. It's called Anza Borrego. And it's just this great big open desert mountain kind of wasteland kind of thing. And we had parents that had RVs and they'd buy us motorcycles and dune buggies and shit. And they'd let a bunch of 17, 18, 19-year-old guys load up kegs in their RVs and drag our sport vehicles out to Anza Borrego and build a big old bonfire and drink beer and 4-wheel drive and motocross all over the desert. That's how I grew up. It probably explains a number of things, but being able to go out into the desert is something I don't think is appreciated by as many people as it should, because
right.
there's really it's a different serenity than the mountains or the beach or a lake or the forests, the plains. It's got its own vibe. because it's, hey, it's all a part of the same consciousness that made us, right?
Yep. I mean, we would go camping and stuff, and growing up, mom and dad would take all us kids out. Whether it was the Indiana Dunes or it was Michigan Deer Park, Michigan, where we could actually feed and pet deer. And you could stay there, and we would just go out on just like take a camper or whatever. We'd end up going to outside Lake Michigan or somewhere, or outside of a national forest or something, and so we can at least explore and stuff. But then when we were back home, we had the mini bikes and all that stuff too. But that wasn't a family thing. That was like, okay, you go have fun on your own and see what happens, I guess.
Yeah, if you break something, call someone who's close. Yeah, that's one of the things, basically, when we were growing up, there was a mentality of, if you got hurt or, you were doing something and it required you to suck it up, we were told to walk it off.
Yeah.
And I don't think people appreciate the subtlety and profundity of that idea of just walk it off. I mean, that's a way that you can actually, you can use that to help yourself and help other people. And some, today it's like, what do you mean walk it off? I'm not going to walk it off. I'm entitled not to have to walk it off. I'm entitled to, it being taken care of, because look at all these identity check boxes that I've covered. I am a member of several victim classes. So, you know who you're dealing with here. I mean,
it was really true. You hear all this stuff about baby boomers and Gen X and all this stuff. Like, from the time I got up and got ready, and I might have made a phone call on the landline to a friend or two, say, hey, what's going on today? And then we'd all meet up somewhere, and we would be gone till the street lights came on. Then we'd come in and check in and maybe eat something. Then
sneak out later.
Enough, you'd go right back out.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, there was that sneak out phase, which was always, that was exciting and adventurous. And I remember a buddy of mine, we lived in this neighborhood that was up against the San Gabriel watershed, the water canal going through Southern California. It was this ginormous concrete spillway that just went all the way down to the beach. And they overbuilt because, with Southern California get rains, but that thing was built for like tornadoes and shit. It was ginormous. Hardly the middle was ever filled. But our street, the neighborhood, there was a street that went alongside the aqueduct, along where the side of it was, and it emptied. And another street came down, and they emptied into a corner where this one house was, and then they merged into one street that ended up at the park. So it was kind of a little weird kind of thing, but it was very cool. This was in Downey, California. Well, my buddy lived on that fork. So I was down right where the fork happened on the other side of the street. And he was on this little fork that came out in his backyard. His house backed up to the aqueduct. And so it wasn't far. He was like 5 or 6 houses down the street. I'd get up at 2 a.m. and sneak over to his house, and we would take his dad's car, and we would push it out of the garage and then push it down the street before we started it. And then we go running around the neighborhood in his dad's car. We did that 3 or 4 times. We thought we were getting pretty good at it. And that last time we were coming down the street, his house was in sight, and we're pushing it, and we look out, and his dad steps off the porch into the driveway and just stands there and watches us. It's like, okay, I think this is the last of this joyride. But that was the fun stuff back then. I mean, you could do that, and it was a part of just growing up and being around in that kind of environment where you could do that.
Yeah,
because we weren't doing anything malicious that we weren't going to get our asses handed to it by our parents, right?
Well, when I was 14 years old, I was already driving because grandma and grandpa on both sides of the family had farms. So we learned how to drive tractors and grain trucks and all that stuff. And dad had always taught us in the family car how to drive, since I don't know, 12, maybe. I don't know.
Mm.
The how to get around and do stuff. We go out for a drive. And so I'm 14 and a big hackberry tree, either lightning or it got diseased or whatever and fell over during a storm. And my brother-in-laws and my brother and dad were all chainsawing it up. And my job was during the day, take the old Ford truck, the old 3-speed on the and load up all that brush and go not only in town, but I had to go across the bridge, over the river, out in the country to a farmer's friend that had a ditch to fill up. So I wasn't just making a jaunt down the road. I was actually driving out of town at 14 because dad said, "Hey, go ahead and take care of this. You know how to drive. Just don't be stupid. And if something comes up, we'll take care of it." But nobody ever batted an eye at a 14-year-old driving a truck down somewhere.
No, well, that's because people knew that if a 14-year-old was doing that, they probably have been doing that. It's not like it's their first time. They just happen to grab themselves a nice big truck for their first car jack and even of driving. Is like, no, but that's one of the reasons we have, I think, a degradation in, I guess there's a number of words, but there's basically a lack in general of just respect for everything, particularly people. But I mean, growing up, I had a healthy respect for the local authorities. I mean, they would make my posterior orifice pucker right into a spasm because they took care of business. And if you were screwing around, you were going to have to deal with that. So I had a healthy respect for those guys.
I mean, when I was growing up, even in this small town, they were stricter. I mean, whether it was noise from the radio, noise from the exhaust, or tinted windows in our state, you couldn't have it. But now you look at it, you're lucky if people even stop at a stop sign, let alone do anything else right on the road. I mean, they're just blowing through stuff, and you hardly ever see a policeman, whether it's because of funds and they can't afford to have somebody 24/7, or the county takes over a majority of the things, so they hardly cruise the area. But when I was growing up, we had plenty of police officers, and they were always out there.
Here's one that I thought of recently that I had to rethink. I remember at some point, I think I was probably around 9 or 10 or something. But I remember that one of the most respected and sought after jobs was working for the U.S. Post Office. You had to pass a fairly rigorous test. Back then, only the smart people were able to become postal mail carriers, postal workers. They paid really well. They had the whole unionized thing. There was, at one point, I remember it being a prestigious kind of, if you can go get one of those, good on you, right? Well, now we have a system that basically has, I don't think people realize this, but we have a system where our election system has been the security for our election has been given to the post office.
Yeah.
That's the whole mail-in ballot thing. And yeah, they have the drops and they have this and that, but basically a system that none of us, like I said, 50 years ago, it was like, I know that's a prestige kind of gig. If you can get you one of those, that's the shit. I respected the mailman when he came down the street. I mean, he wasn't the ice cream man, but I mean, come on. I was like, okay, well, the post office, these guys it's kind of like the Helms Bakery guy that used to show up with all of the fresh baked goods in the truck, and he'd pull out the drawers, and that stuff would waft down the street. And you were like hypnotized. But my point is, I don't think that the whole idea of the way in which and we talked a little bit about this last night, the way in which our society and our systems are structured are not, they have more friction in them than there needs to be. There's too much shit in the way to get things done because it's metastasized bullshit over decades, and the system's all clogged up. So we were talking about something else. Do you remember what it was, what we started on?
No, I just remember we were talking about how we grew up and how it was different from then to now.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. So the whole idea of we have 40, 50 years ago, there was our postal system was the shit. Now it's like, you don't know if you're going to get anything. I know people who have taken weeks to get something that they used to get in days.
Right.
And it turns into a regular pattern like that for that particular mail transaction. But when you look at the stuff and you go, well, okay, so why is it all these other countries, and particularly I'm just using the election system as an example of buffoonery, fuckery, and foolishery. I mean, it's all so just completely, it's designed to be corrupt because it has no transparency. You cannot audit it. If you can't audit something, that means your level of credibility and trust you're going to put in it, oh my God, is going to be just like the credibility and trust you're going to put into our next guest. That was a great segue, Mr. Goodall. Hopefully he'll get in here.
He's got to turn his camera on and his mic on down at the bottom.
Yep. You're in, Jim. You just got to hit all the right buttons. Oh, shit. There he is.
Son of a bitch, huh?
Hey,
I can only stay on for just a little bit. I've been gone for 7 days. I literally walked in the door about 15, 20 minutes ago. I had a fucking flat tire at the airport, but I have run flats. They're my Corvette. I couldn't find a goddamn gas station. I drove about 10 miles around Tempe looking for a damn gas station. Finally, I found a 7-Eleven, and did you just lose me?
No, I'm clicking on the buttons here, seeing where the hell they go, and you just keep you show up and then you go away. So I'm going to stay right where I'm at.
Okay. So this is a new platform, huh?
So this is Rumble.
Uh-huh.
And we're using the Rumble Studio, which is their equivalent of StreamYard and Riverside and Zoom and all of that, but it's on their platform.
Okay.
So Gerald and I played with it all week, and the thing started working pretty good. And then
you're both really sharp.
So are you. How's the audio?
I'm hard of hearing anyway, but the audio sounds just normal. That sounds good.
All right.
So we went in and played with it. Then we found out that we could stream to 5 different platforms at the same time using the Rumble Studio. So we said, well, let's give that shit a try. So right now we are streaming to Gerald's YouTube, to my YouTube, to my Facebook, to Rumble, and to my X account.
Oh, okay. Are the ladies going to show up?
Well, one did. I haven't seen anything from Chastity yet. Heidi came in and she was hijacked by the giant again. But she came in and dumped the Heidi Highness all over us. We had to take a break after that to recover.
She's a sweetie. Yeah. Yeah. So
hopefully Chastity will pop in here after a while.
Okay. And I can only be on just for just a few minutes.
Just we wanted you to come on and share your normal wit and wisdom and follies and foolishness, because they are legion. But for you to just at least pop on and give it a test with us, is great, because if this thing keeps working the way it is, this is where I'm going to be doing my stuff from, because it's Gerald. I mean, he and I've been geeking out for just over a week or so, 2 weeks, just punching the shit out of these streaming platforms. And this one, we just found this one like 2 days ago and said, holy shit, this thing kind of works. Let's give it a test. So I'm really loving the audio and the video quality.
Is it expensive or is it free?
This is free.
Oh. And how many people can you have on board?
9.
Oh, geez. And it's free? It's like a sardick. It's hard to beat.
And what did you say, Robert? We can have like 9 streams or 10 streams going?
I know that 6. We're on 5 right now. And I know that there's a 6th I can put in, and I think we can go to 10. But we can have 9 individuals guests on at the same time.
Wow. That's actually too many people, but
we get to 4 or 5 of us, and that's all I can handle.
Yeah. You get Terry on, you, me.
Yeah. Again, there's too much.
Gerald.
That's basically a meeting of Wankers Anonymous.
Yeah. Well, I had a fun time and an interesting time in Seattle. My oldest and dearest friend, we've been friends for 62 years. He's an old 81. He's been more or less immobile for the last 2 or 3 years because of his knees were shot. It's bone on bone. So finally, after hounding him for almost a decade, I convinced him. Stream just ended. Do you do that on purpose?
No, it didn't end.
No, it didn't end.
Oh, I said end stream. Oh, that's for me if I wanted to end the stream.
Yeah, we'll decide when we've had enough of you.
Yeah.
You don't need to worry about that button. I got my eye on that button.
Yeah. But my buddy Rick was so grateful that I was there, and I'm glad I was there because he lives by himself. He doesn't have any family that, in the Pacific Northwest, and I'm it. And I needed to be there the whole time, make sure he didn't start bleeding in the middle of the night and whatever. So I've been sleeping on a mat on the floor for the last 7 nights. I only had one night where I got a good night's sleep. The rest of the time I was up and down to make sure he was okay. And I went to have dinner with a friend of mine last night, And when I came back to the his apartment, he had been up, he had made dinner, he had fixed me some. I love butterscotch pudding, and he made me some freshly made butterscotch pudding. So I knew that he was okay. And Rosemary said that if you have to spend a couple of days more there, until he's healthy, and he's doing great. And he was thrilled I was there, and I'm thrilled I was there just to make sure that he didn't have any agony and worrying about, well, what happens if I fall? What happens if I start bleeding? What happens if I can't get out of bed? I mean, he has a cell phone right there. He could, there's people he can call, but I was right there the whole time. So, but normally you get your knee replaced in the morning, and they send you home that afternoon. That's what happened when I had my right knee done. But they kept him. That surgery was Tuesday, and he finally came home on Thursday. He spent 2 nights in the hospital because his legs were so weak. But he was up and around, and he said, "Okay," he says, "I feel confident of getting the next one done because it's in worse shape, but his leg is stronger." So he took his weak leg, and that's when he had the knee replacement done on.
I've heard from several people that have had the aftermarket, upgrades, and I haven't heard anybody complain yet. They've except for varying degrees of suffering through the actual surgery and the healing, but
right.
These new joints are apparently they're working real well.
Well, when I had my left partial in 2009. 35 days after I had the surgery, I was in Australia, and I walked 2 to 5 miles every day. I mean, wow. I'd going to Manly Beach, I'd go to Bondi Beach, and walking all over downtown Sydney, and taking the ferry somewhere and walking around and coming back. I mean, it was just. And when I finally got back, I was off work for 130 days. They felt I couldn't go climbing inside an airplane with new knees or new knee. And
well, how you gonna get on those floaties if you got knees that aren't ready to be used yet? Right? I mean, if you end up crashing in a plane in the ocean, you got that flotation device thing, right?
No. I mean, I'm a good swimmer.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, but I when I came back, the physical therapist my doctor was dumbfounded. He said, "It's like you never had it. You never had your knee replaced. It's as good as new, and it's strong, and you have over 100% of flexibility in it and movement." And said, "What'd you do?" And I said, "I walked all over Eastern Australia." Is what I did. And if I was in my 20s and single, I would jump in an airplane with a one-way ticket and find some way to stay there permanently. It was delicious. I mean, it was just a fun time there. And then I went to New Zealand for 10 days as well. So I was gone 6 weeks, and when I came back, and I was in the Bay Area for 12 days, and walked all over, went everywhere, saw people I hadn't seen in 30, 40 years. But
nice.
Yeah. And because I'm going to Reno for a spaced out radio thing on the 10th, 11th, and 12th of May, I had to not go to Belize for 2 weeks of filming.
You're gonna miss that.
Yeah.
No.
And they're actually doing they're clearing the undergrowth off of one of the pyramids.
Hmm.
And they're hiring 10 groups of 14. So there's 140 men in the village will have at least 1 day's worth of work and being paid for it that day. Which is, if he just gave it to one group, there'd be a lot of bad feelings. So everybody is getting a shot at it. And this is going to be for the pilot. We have enough video. We had enough video already for a pilot, but this will be, they're using a 5 or 6K camera. And the guy who's going to be using the camera is an award-winning videographer. I mean, he has all sorts of awards going back, 25, last 25 to 30 years. So he knows what he's doing. And the director, she's been filming in the jungles in third world and fourth world for last 35 years. So, and it's and a couple of them have never been in the jungle. There's one of them's going down. I think she's a medical doctor. She just wants to be part of it. So that's good, because the first time we were there, Jared was having chest pains. And that's when he got back about a week later, or actually Memorial Day last year, he had a coronary. I mean, he was legally dead 7 times.
Wow.
They restarted his heart 7 times. And they actually broke 3 ribs, giving him chest compression. So, and he didn't lose any of his mental faculties, which was because
that's amazing.
His business partner didn't know how long he'd been unconscious, not breathing, the heart not pumping. And so it couldn't have been more than a minute or 2. If it had been 10 minutes, he would have been, as my son said when he was about 2, is grandpa going to be a bean? I said, what do you mean? He said, can't just sort of there. I mean, like a vegetable? Yeah, like a bean. So, but we knew he was going to be okay when he started answering questions where he was still, his eyes were still closed and he still really couldn't respond. But now we didn't know if his brain was working at all, other than his brainstem, and he was totally unconscious. He was intubated, but the doctor was in there. This is the 3rd day. He said, Jared, if you can hear me, wiggle your toes. And he does. And he said, and he's holding his hand. He said, if you can hear me, squeeze my hand. And he did. And we said, oh my God, that part's working. How much damage was done? And about 2 days later, he has the breathing tube out, but he's still heavily medicated. And his girlfriend was saying, well, he can't put his contacts in, so we have to get some some reading glasses. But I don't know what his prescription is. And he said in a real low voice, call my ophthalmologist in Salt Lake. He has my prescription. So we knew right then and there his brain was still intact, and he was off and running. So
wow.
Yeah. Now, can I change backgrounds on this?
I don't know.
What did I do? I guess not.
I don't know.
I think if you click on your image down at the bottom or something, that you can have a virtual. I think you can have a virtual, maybe. I don't know. I haven't tried that.
No, I'm not going to worry about it right now. We'll get used
your
to it.
Your background looks great. Your video looks great.
Yeah, and both of yours looks good as well. So, but as much as I hate to, I have to go, and
okay,
I may try to come back a little bit later. I'm too wound up to go to sleep, and Rosemary probably going to sleep in the next hour, and then when she goes to
Well,
sleep, I can.
Well, you know how we are on Saturday nights. This is kind of the first episode of what we're referring to as the Geezer Geeks,
Yeah.
and we're just going to kind of throw it out there since we got, doing the StreamYard thing has been fine, but this audio video is even better, and we get to stream to 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 different platforms at the same time.
Yeah.
And
that's super.
I don't know about you, Jim, but I think more people need to hear our bullshit.
Absolutely. Fucking A, yeah.
And this is a maiden voyage, so we're going to get our bang out of our buck tonight, I think.
Okay. All right. I mean, because they use profanity on Rumble all the time.
Well, the thing about Rumble is they don't cancel you for anything. It's all free speech.
Yeah. Yeah.
So they are the antithesis to the tube, but I mean, same thing with X. So we're streaming on my X account right now.
Uh-huh.
So maybe Elon might happen by our live stream and drop in and see what's going on.
Well, if Elon's listening, I'm the guy who did the Blackbird book and sent it to you, Elon, and you gave me a tour of SpaceX because of it. So, yeah,
I'll make sure to tag him in the post.
All right.
Hashtag here's the book, dude.
Yeah. So I do have to run. When I told Rosemary, I said, Robert, and I wasn't sure if Terry was on. I said, the guys want me on just for a bit. It's a new platform, and they want to make sure it's working right. And it is. So,
yeah, I'm kind of liking it a lot so far.
Yeah, me too. I mean, it's sharp. I get a lot of color shift and whatever on some of the other platforms.
You look fabulous, baby.
Yeah, it looks really good.
Yeah,
you look great. I mean, your background is fine. That what's cool is that big old propeller above your head.
Yeah. That's I forget what kind of airplane that it's from. I mean, it's a biplane. And
well, I got to tell you, this looks much better than doing the green screen or the way you've used it before. That's the same seat, right? You're in the same room. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Go with this, dude. This is.
Yeah. All I did before was I blurred the background.
Yeah.
And
that background's sweet. It works you well.
Yeah. So
yeah. Well, thanks for coming in, buddy. We'll be here. Check us out. Stop back by. We may be dribbling here later.
Yeah, sounds good. And I'm gonna go smoke some weed. That'll relax me and it'll loosen my tongue a little bit, so I'm not so.
Edgy.
Yeah.
Did you just call for a weed break? God bless you.
Yes. I can play pinochle better than you can.
Yeah. Ohio Gozaimasu.
Yeah. All right. I may be back,
right,
but probably not. But
we'll be here same time next week doing the same thing.
Okay.
I'm going to send you a message, Jim, and try to get you scheduled to come back on our show, and we'll talk about Belize or something.
Okay, that sounds great. All right.
All right,
buddy. Peace
Adios.
out.
Take care.
All right. Getting people popping in and out all the time.
Well, you never know. So I found where I can at least move the videos around.
Right.
I'm happy with that. Move the feeds.
And we've had two people pop in, join us, and we still got 2 unknowns that might not. Never know.
Yeah, I've tagged the bee sting and nothing. Haven't heard anything back from Chastity. Let me check the Facebook thingy. Nothing in there yet. So we're right at 3 hours. I don't know. Gee, I'm just gonna say it. I'm really liking this a lot.
I am too. I mean, we figured it out. At least on my end, I figured out I got the pop out chats from the different channels that I can't necessarily access right now on my side of Rumble, but the video and audio is really good, and everybody in chats have given us the thumbs up as far as quality. So I'm liking it.
I haven't seen a glitch in the gnarlies at all. There's been no glitches in the nether regions.
The only thing I'm not understanding is like Heidi, okay, she was on a mobile phone where she kept dipping in and out, and then she'd have to touch the screen to come back. And then Jim just had a little bit of it, but I don't know if it's because you were touching stuff, but I never left the screen. It was just Heidi or Jim during that time.
Yeah, Jim, I was moving the screens around. Heidi was just her connection with her phone, I think.
All right.
It was let me get rid of this thing.
Yeah,
but
Jim's video and audio is good. I prefer him not having the virtual background.
That was the best I'd seen him on anything we've been on with him. I mean, shit, howdy.
We'll be playing peanut.
You see, right, Car? Well, the one thing we haven't tried that we need to check is me doing a share.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Is my screen, let me unshare because I think my screen's still at the bottom.
Yep, I see it down there.
All right, I got rid of that.
Okay. So that's a whole new thing, the way that operates. Let me go in here. Can I? Let's see. Hold on. Let's see if this works. This will be interesting.
Take care. Have a good night. We'll see you.
Hold on here. So now I'm going to try and charre. Okay.
Oh, look at that.
Does change a little. Okay.
Okay, so in my room, look at the color difference between what I got now and that video.
What do you think?
I mean, I might still have a little bit of too much color saturation or something in the video I have now, but I like it a lot better than what that is.
Right. Tell me if you can hear it.
All right. See you then. Take care. Have a good night. We'll see you tomorrow. And no,
can't
just
hear
through
it?
your microphone. Just through your mic. I think I'm picking it up.
Okay, so this I think is because hold on one second here. So I don't have them. Oh, Wait a minute. So I can't do it that way. Let me try this. Because you, I think you tried sharing a media file in yours, right?
We got to it, but I don't know if I think we did play it. We can try it again.
Well, hold on. Let's do, I'm going to do the same thing you did because we know that worked, right?
Yep.
So
I had it up in a tab, and then I
Yep.
physically dragged it out so it was its own screen or window,
right?
and then I was able to share it and have audio.
That's what I'm going to give it a shot here. This here. Share that. You see my thingy?
I can see it.
How's the audio?
I'm hearing it, but it still sounds tinny.
Tinny, but there's no crackling or garbling or anything?
Nope, no distortion or anything yet. Just more too much treble or high end on it or something.
Which is the way yours sounded. Where it was, you could hear it, the distinction was there, but it sounded like it was coming through an AM speaker.
Okay, yeah.
Right? Sounds great on this one.
That's why mine sounded great on mine because it's coming straight from my source on my side. But
How about that? Give us gain is high, higher than your voice. Okay? How's that, right?
That's lower, so it's probably lower than our voices now.
Bit crispy, yeah. Holy shit. I'm trying to find the tab we're in, and every tab I pull up is the same image of you and me, and I'm not sure which one I'm on. Hell, I lost the tab. There it is. Good grief. Bit crispy, yep. So playing through a it's got to be on a tab. An entire window is what I was trying to do with the video clip. Let me try that. Okay. Come on. Okay. So now let me try switching the share. Where the hell's the share? There we go. Let me try the entire screen. Shot A. It's not sharing my entire window. Entire screen. Do it there. Give me that. And share A. Well, for some reason, the entire screen share is not working. And the video I want to play locally is not showing up as an option to share. So, let's try this one more time. This one? This one. Well, that's shared, but I bet you can't hear it.
All right.
See you then. Take care.
Have a good night. Nope, just through your microphone. I can hear it bleed through.
Yep. So, can't play something locally, which needs to be sorted out. That's not right.
Yeah,
That's just not right.
Any video on your hard drive or external drive and not have to be online.
Yeah, because the files I'm trying to share are the ones that the clips I made of you and me.
Yeah.
So they're sitting in a folder, and all I got to do is open them up locally, and they open, but they won't display, and you can't hear them.
So it opens up as a separate window and its own player, but then you can't find it?
Yeah, it shows up in either the entire screen or in a window. But it says that the only way you can share sound is with a tab or an entire screen, not a window.
See, how did I share mine? I thought I made sure it was
You shared a tab, which is the same thing I did with my appetizers.
Yeah, I did a Brave tab.
That was, yeah, mine was in the Chrome tab from my Intuitive Sound channel.
Window, the sound goes away. Yep, and then entire screen, share audio, share and tab instead. All right. Huh.
So,
but you should be able to take your folder, whether it's C/music, whatever, and insert that into your browser and have it open up as a tab. It should still play it.
Well, I might be able to do that with this Chrome. Let me try that here. Hold on. I had Chrome. Okay. Here.
You just got to find where it lives and
okay. Boy, I tell you, when you got a lot going on, you got a lot going on. Let's see here. Start the share
I hear
screen.
some rumbling outside. We must be having the storm approaching us.
All right, you got it?
I see it.
Emotional content that I have a very, very high regard for. And I can't defend it because
I can hear it.
I'm not really that sure of it, but I know I want some attention for it. So I'm going to make sure that all y'all have to help me deal with me because I haven't done it yet. Now, all that is going on at a level that people are like, is it can it really be that simple that it's not stupidity. Stupidity is a symptom. It's the manipulation of the mind. It's the poisoning of the language to cause the chaos and confusion in the conversation in the mind. So if you're having chaos, you're talking to I don't know about you, but when I need expert advice, I talk to myself. Right?
Yep.
All right. And it's like, we all do that, whether we admit it or not. It's like, I need some advice here.
There you go. Got that figured out.
So yeah, we can do it from the browser. That's good. And the web shares from the channels seem to be we got that sorted, because at least mine's coming through, whereas before it was a bunch of broken, garbled nonsense.
Right. That actually sounded good, and it was clear doing it that way. So it has to be something when it goes through to the server from you and then back, that somehow it's not decoding it right, or like I said, it's probably I don't know. It's probably a driver that they haven't adjusted for everybody's, some kind of codec that's not cooperating or something.
There's something going on in there, but at least we seem to be able to have gotten past the majority of it. Like, I'm glad I figured out how to move. You can at least move the screens. You can't. Can you change the layout?
So now I'm wondering. Now I'm wondering if there's a video that's on YouTube or something, if we actually download it and then play it locally, if the sound would be as good as what you just shared of our clip.
I actually have some stuff that we can test that with. Hold on.
We'll get back to the conversation. We're just geeking out, doing a little geek tech right now, a little geezer geek tech. So hopefully Mr. B or Chastity or Jim even comes back, and we'll get back to a conversation again. But right now we're trying to figure a few bugs out.
So, all right, so now I want to drag this onto a tab and see if it plays. So this is going to give me video. Come on now. Oh, well, you're not going to do that. It's the wrong fucking one. Hold on here. Um, there we go. All right. Now, where am I?
I don't see it at the bottom of the screen yet for a share.
Oh, there it is over here. Okay. Now I know where it is. All right. Hold on. How many tabs can you have?
Takes 3 licks to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop.
That's what they said.
Now I see it at the bottom.
Okay. What? Well, fuck. Wait a minute. Where'd it go?
I see it.
I couldn't find the word of the play button. You hear it now?
Yes.
Is it good?
It's not dropping out. It still sounds like it's too much high end. This isn't the video that we got a content copyright on our show, was it?
No. It was the Nile.
Okay.
Nigel one. Let's see.
It's playing, but the audio still seems just a little off. But it's clear enough that you can hear it.
Right.
It's just not high quality or high def or hi-fi or whatever term you want to use.
Let's see here. So if I get rid of this and I go back in here. This will be interesting to see if this works.
The starry skies are made up of star constellations, whereby we distinguish the Milky Way and zodiac.
I'll be right back.
In spiritual science, these are called the fixed stars, part of a sphere that lies higher than the planets part of our solar system. The starry skies are made up of star constellations, whereby we distinguish the Milky Way and zodiac belt. In spiritual science, these are called the fixed stars, part of a sphere that lies higher than the planets part of our solar system. A fixed star sends life forces to planets surrounding it, which are communities to different spiritual beings at various stages of development. Every star we see in the sky is a gate of entry for the astral, an expression of the love with which the astral cosmos works upon the etheric cosmos. Thus, in the starry heavens we perceive, also in star clusters and nebula, we behold an expression of the soul life of a cosmic astral world. Gazing into cosmic space today, we see the light shining steadfastly and harmoniously from the stars. In reality, however, the spirits of wisdom reveal themselves through the light which as ancient religions was conceived of the garment of cosmic wisdom. It was at first celebrated as the unity of the primeval wisdom, then as the duality of light and darkness, and finally as the Trinity, the illuminated human being, the teacher and mediator, Mithras. But mankind could be blessed by this cosmic harmony only when consciousness of it arose from the human heart itself. The external light, the light that is born out there in the universe, must today be born also in the human heart. When then is ancient stargate, and how were they used by the ancients? A stargate is supposedly a device that permits nearly instantaneous travel between two planets or other bodies inside a stable wormhole established with a second stargate. Some say this technology was their attempt to reconnect with earlier gods and goddesses of their history, higher beings and other worlds or dimensions, and that they were trying to bring back a certain type of lifestyle or a way of living that they valued over their current chaotic conditions. Others believe that the function of the Stargate itself is to ascend to some other location or world. Joining us, Egyptologist, hieroglyphics expert, and tour guide Mohammed Ibrahim explains in detail about his findings and interpretations of stargates in ancient Egypt. From understanding the meaning and importance of stargates, as well as presenting a number of stargate portal locations in modern-day Egypt. Join us live. Welcome, everyone, to Andromeda 7, your celestial gateway and your channel for community support, help, friendship, love, knowledge, and being of value to others. Welcome back. If you're new to the channel, it's good to have you with us. And you know what tonight is. It's Friday night, and it's time to feed your mind and grow your heart. Tonight's topic, Stargates, Ascension, Teleportation, Guide of Egypt, Part 3. This is going to be a fascinating discussion. I'm really looking forward to this. I will send it over to you, Teresa, and you can introduce our wonderful guest tonight and a very eclectic panel, I would say.
Yeah, it's my pleasure to introduce everybody, for real. And I'm extremely excited about this, too. I used to watch all the Stargate TV shows and movies, and I've been fascinated with the subject for a very long time. And then I was like, realizing there might be some reality to this that I wasn't aware of. So as time has gone on, I have found it's a high possibility. And Lori can share what she knows about that later. But we've both received some of our own guide on that.
I got a download on it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yep. Well, welcome back, Mohammed Ibrahim. He's our hieroglyphics expert. He's a tour guide. And he's our bridge between mainstream Egyptology and the esoteric archaeological community, explaining ancient technologies and alternative history. And he has learned a lot. He's been doing a lot of independent study as well as teaming up with others. And so we can speak both sides of the equation here, both the traditional research side of it and academic side of it, as well as the more esoteric and alternative technologies. And so that's why it's wonderful to have him. If you haven't seen our previous shows, go to our playlist. There's 2 programs on there with Mohammed, starting with Nefertiti and Akhenaten, the true story behind Nefertiti and Akhenaten. Mm-hmm. And then we also have him on there with the Australia connections that he made with the Gosford Glyphs and his studies on that. Those were 2 fantastic programs, Mohammed. We wanted to have you back on sooner, but we got caught up in everything that was going on, and plus your own projects going on in Egypt, and we've waited for a long time to bring him back on to discuss Stargates and what he has discovered there. So we're really looking forward to it, Mohammed. Thank you for coming back and spending time with us.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And tonight we have a brand new person that we're bringing through the gateway, brand new to some of you, but not to a lot of you. His name is Robert Ballard, aka the Professor. He professes himself, and it's true, to be to be fortunate and blessed as his journey has been eclectic, from health and wellness and global technology to sound and music, philosophy, science, and more. He states in his profile that his diverse yet connected fields of curiosity and imagination have led to experiences, learning, skills, and talents being individually and collectively profound. These have had and continue to expand his view of our world and reality. We are greatly pleased to have him here with us tonight. Some of you might recognize him from his appearances with Rocky Stucci and Scotty Roberts on previous programs, and his own podcast that he hosted for a couple of years. And now he's working on his website with his own philosophy, Informatica, which he'll be coming on at the end of the month to talk to us about. So tonight we're introducing him, and he's a fan of Tesla, and he's done a lot of thinking about this and has a lot of good questions to ask. And so thank you for joining our panel and coming through the gateway, Professor.
It's my honor and privilege, and I'm looking forward to a fascinating discussion and exploration of that which is and that which isn't, according to the mainstream, right? And to the academic institutions, because the one thing, one of the last shows I did on the Nexus was called The Knowledge Apocalypse. And I used the word apocalypse in the sense of the original meaning, which is the unveiling. And I truly believe that we are in a phase of evolution, energetic evolution, where the reality of reality is being unveiled, and it's unfolding before our eyes. Well, there's a little bit of kind of self-promo kind of thing. If I can find out where the hell it is, there it is. Thank you very much. That was from last year when I was did a couple of shows with Theresa on her Celestial Andromeda 7 channel.
Ah, yeah. I didn't notice it at first, and all of a sudden it's like, hey, I think I know that guy at the bottom there.
That was right after the last haircut, I think. So everything that's popping out now has been since then. But so yeah, that's cool. We got the only way Rumble seems to like to play these local files is dropped in a tab.
I mean, so the video looked good. It was just the audio. It's clear on my end, but it's just not, like I said, it's just not like hi-fi or what we're used to hearing a normal.
Yeah.
In studio.
How we hear it locally, right?
Yes.
Well, that's okay. I mean, if it comes out, if what we're hearing on the platform is better than what we're hearing back to us in the studio, that'll be a plus. And we'll go back and check the platforms and see how that was. What we got? We're at
3.5.
3.5. So we know we can go into the 3.5 mark and go in there and see how the audio sounds, and hopefully it'll be, better than what we're hearing coming through in the studio. But
now I wonder if there's some way of taking it through like an equalizer or something, and us adjusting the highs and lows and to make it sound better.
Well, I can certainly do that myself with my stuff, but I think that what we're hearing is an artifact of the streaming service, not the quality of the file or the sound. In fact, let me I'll go in here and we'll try this, which has an extreme range of sonic realms.
Is there a way of choosing your audio and choosing that audio instead of your mic? Would that make a difference?
Well, it should be the audio coming from. I'll turn my mic down, and we'll make sure that you're not hearing anything from my mic.
No, you know what I'm talking about though. When you have an input for your mic,
yeah,
if you chose that audio, if there's a way, computer or whatever
That
instead
would
of
be, yeah, that would be in the system settings. But see, that's one of the things about Rumble. It gives you your mic and your camera, but it gives you no control over your output, your sound. I don't have any place to select my monitors versus my
right.
headphones. There's no
Yeah.
function for that, which is interesting. But
Yeah, I guess I'm thinking more of an in studio mixing than actually live over the streaming service, I guess.
yeah. So this is which one is this?
Although I've had that problem on StreamYard, it gives you all those choices where you have to choose your out, how you're hearing it, your camera, your mic. It gives you all those choices, and sometimes it'll just automatically flip over to computer or some other audio device.
All right. So tell me if you can hear this. Well, how did that go?
It played really well and it was clear, but once again, the audio just wasn't quite there. But at the beginning, I heard more bass from this, and it might be the way it was recorded. I could tell a difference that way, but it just wasn't up to par, I don't think.
Yeah, that I mean, it sounded great here. I was soaking it up coming through my studio monitors, and it's like, okay. But I just love that piece.
I'd like to hear from Clay, which is Conspiracy Music, because he plays music and music videos on his YouTube. And when I watch him or listen to him live, they sound awesome. So I'm wondering what he's doing different than what we're doing, or if he knows a trick or something.
Yeah, what tool he's using to do the stream. Because I know that if I'm streaming to like the YouTube channel, and I'm just streaming the music. Oh, he said it sounds good coming from his monitors. Cool.
Oh, all right.
So when I'm on YouTube, I can stream just nonstop, and all of it sounds awesome.
Right.
Depending on the recording, of course, and all of that, and when and how and where what was recorded, but. Even the old stuff that wasn't recorded that well sounds great. As much as it can be, because it's going through a system. So I've got a surround sound in the living room. I'm in my studio where I've got my studio reference monitors. I've got surround in my bedroom too. So I'll do frequencies at night because I've got the subwoof, I've got the satellites, and I've got everything to where I'm just getting all of the surrounded frequencies that can be there. And unless something is just recorded poorly, everything sounds great when you got a good system.
Right. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's just what we're hearing because we're on the streaming side of it, not actually listening to it.
Yeah, so you didn't notice any difference when I turned my mic on or off, right?
I didn't. No.
Okay. So that's a good thing. Well, shit, howdy. So I can do, wait a minute. Let me see what's this? I can do this and this and this and this. I found that little button. It's like, okay, that's fun. What does it do if I do this? Same thing. Okay. Well, there you go.
There we go.
Well, we've plugged away for just about 4 hours here. Just another night in the geek hood.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, so Clay, which is Conspiracy Music, straight from OBS.
Yeah.
I've been talking to him about, he's the other one besides you and Jane's music. I've been talking about getting music from him, and I brought it up earlier in the show, but I'm trying to get him to come on live because he pops in on people's shows and plays his guitar, and he has other bandmates that he hooks up with, and sometimes they join in on live shows and do 2 or 3 hours, of just jamming.
Nice.
So I don't know. That might be something we can bring up sometime if we ever get it worked out with Clay to come on. And
well, it'd be nice to. I mean, I've been. It's easy enough to spin the stuff that you got recorded, but I'd like to break out my rigs at some point and try to see if I can get something across while I'm playing, actually, instead of just hitting a button saying go forth and play. So yeah, that his name is Chris, you said?
Clay.
Well, Clay, if you're up for getting together, and yeah, great. I can bring friends. That would be awesome.
But he'll pop in people's lives, and he'll be live in his studio, and he'll play live during it. and it sounded great every time I've heard him on other people's shows. So that could be another test for us to have him pop in and have him play us a little music from his end and see what it sounds like coming through our stream.
Well, I'm going to there's a million different ways. I'm going to drop the link if you'd like to stop in for a minute, Clay, and have a quick chat. Here's the link in the chat to join the studio. It'd be great to do a little test on the way out, but also to meet you and see what we might be able to throw onto the table and knock some nuggets around. Yeah, there's the link if you want. Jump in for a few minutes. That'd be great.
Besides, we're always looking for somebody new to chat to.
We're always looking for somebody to put in the barrel and roll it around a little bit.
All right.
He said, give me a minute. That'd be great. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, he'll sit there. He's in his studio and he'll put on some backing tracks and just start playing live guitar to them. And they always come out really good. I love them.
Well, I want to talk to him about that because I've got somewhere at least 5, maybe 6 or 7,000 jam tracks that I've accumulated over the years on YouTube and others that I've had from the studio days. What's really fun is finding some of your old shit that you used to jam to that you haven't jammed to in 20, 25 years or more. And you go, oh yeah, that's why I used to jam on that. That shit's good. Yeah, that'll be great.
Yeah, I need to practice more. I haven't really sat down and actually played the guitar or anything in such a long time. Actually seriously play it but I had recently, within a year, I bought a Pod 6 amp that has all the nice little sounds, and you can put different sounding amps on it, different sounding equalizers and all that stuff, and pedals. And then I recently, besides my normal 6-string electric guitars, I got a Mosrite, a Ventures model.
Nice.
And then I got a custom built one from a local guy here that pedaled some of the hair bands during the day. And then I ended up with one of them that was actually from Warrant used for a while. And then this last year, I bought it was kind of a swap deal with Jane's son. He played in a band, and he has an 8-string that I have upstairs. So I haven't plugged it in yet and played with it yet.
Well, that's the thing now. So we were talking about this while we were, doing our geezer geeking over the last couple of weeks and playing with shit and poking at it and trying to make it do something that was close to what we wanted, which I think this right now is probably the best we've seen of everything that we've been doing.
It is. I think the quality is awesome. And we're slowly finding workarounds for what we're trying to do or make it do for us, and maybe we're just not utilizing it right, but we're getting there.
Well, until you go in and poke around on it, you don't know what there is to poke on. And so we've done our fair share of poking, and we've got it to head in the direction we want it to go. Bust out your gear, Raider. Getting it to that point where you can actually do it in a way that's, it's enjoyable and it's actually, fun to play with. That was my middle name back when I was growing up. It was fun to play with.
Fun to play with.
I was not the doesn't play well
not him
you.
Again.
Yeah, I wasn't the doesn't play well with others. I was that's fun to play with.
I would go to my friend. I have a best friend that I grew up with, literally from childbirth all the way till now, and he moved to Iowa because he got a good electronics job because he went to electronics school. I'd go visit him in Iowa, and one of his friends at the place he worked had an old 2-story house, and up in the attic he had drums and guitars, and I mean, you name the instrument. He'd go to a pawn shop and just buy something new so somebody would be able to play. And on the weekends he'd have all of his friends or whoever, even if he didn't even really know how to play, just come over and bang on it and see what we can get. And that was some of the funnest weekends I've ever spent at his place.
Until it's one thing to sit in your bathroom on your toilet and make something that becomes viral and you make a shitload of money off of. It's more interesting when you're doing it with other people. And like when you're playing in a band, at least in my experience, when you're making music with other people and you're playing off them, they're playing off you, you're playing together yet separate, contrapuntal, which means individual lines playing their own thing, but doing it together, doing it in harmony.
Yep.
When you play with other people and you have those moments, it's like that's nirvana to me. That's the holy grail of holy shit. I'm looking for. They shoved my ass down the road. There was when I left Atlanta and moved out here, my friends in Atlanta gave me a going away kickoff out the door party. And they wrote a song and played it for me, which I would like to share with all you all now while we're waiting for Clay to get in. Let's see, where's the share thingy? Whoop, hold on, you guys. Okay, and they shoved my ass down the road. All right. Back in here, presentation mode. You got eyes?
I can sit.
All right, here it goes.
Too sweet.
Uh-oh.
Here. Dudley, I'm here. Yes. Your name is Dudley.
All right, we ready?
This is important.
We're rolling.
We've all gathered here for you to celebrate your moving away. We've all endured your existence. We've all longed for this day. All of us will tell you we love you. Once we've had enough to drink, we might say that we'll miss you as we give each other a wink. We know you're like Colorado, degenerates usually do. You can have your special brownie, but that's nothing new to you. You'll be high in Colorado, new deviant friends all around. We'll all be better off as we kick your ass out of town. Here we go. So now you're leaving Georgia. This is where you belong. Colorado mountains are calling. Take your guitars and a bomb. Don't let these tears fool you. We like your music code. Those are tears of joy. shove your ass down the road. Your humor, wit, and charm, we might miss a little bit, but don't let this go to your head, 'cause we all know you're full of shit. Enough of the innuendo, we'll tell you just how we feel. We'll miss your smile and wisdom, 'cause you are the real deal.
All right. Well, there you go. Welcome, Clay. I'm sorry you had to come in and endure that as your first getting in here and seeing what's going on, but welcome.
No worries. I'm intrigued by this Rumble Studio. I knew it was back here, but I'd never had a chance to use it, and I'm kind of digging it.
You too, huh?
Yeah, I'm liking that. You know, you can use the Rumble Studio for free, right? I'm paying what, 20 something bucks a month for StreamYard to do the same exact thing.
Yeah, and it does have. I don't know if you can see the live chat. Well, can you see?
No,
the
yeah,
live
I see Rumble, YouTube, Facebook. I like that up there, that part where you can see all the different people in the different channels.
Yeah, and it's not as clean yet as StreamYard as far as the aggregated chat that it does, but it's damn close. And from what I've seen, and I've been playing with all these things, I've been on Zoom for 6 or more years. So I've been trying to focus on, which ones are doing the best job of making it easy to do this.
Mm-hmm.
And they've all had to step it up in the last year and a half or so. There's been a lot of aggressive moves to do stuff, make it better, have more functionality. Zoom's now got a whole new name of something. It's not the workplace. It's now something else, Teams or something.
Well,
I
heard today too that StreamYard just got bought out.
Really?
Yeah, I don't remember what company bought it. I'll have to Google it.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
Yeah. I thought I heard that today.
So I'm digging the lights behind you, Clay. I don't remember ever seeing your videos of lights behind it like that.
Oh, this is just OBS. It's just OBS.
OBS. All right.
Yeah, I can pretty much change it to whatever I want.
Yeah. That's what I'm used to seeing in your background is the flames and everything.
Yeah, I like OBS.
I started with OBS about 5 years ago when I first started the original Nexus, and because I've been a geezer geek for over 40 years, I mangled my way through it, but I just didn't. It was like, you guys are close, you're doing the right thing, but your interface, you need some help, and there's some consistency things. So I ended up doing most of the shows that I did on Zoom. And then I just drop them into, Premiere or something and, do the final edits on it.
Mm-hmm.
But doing the live stream like this, so I don't know if you caught the beginning of it or part of the reason that G and I have been geezer geeking for the last couple of weeks, because we've been pounding the piss out of all these streaming platform services to see which one does what and which one does better. We've kind of, basically... we have freelanced our way onto the interweb by playing with everybody's shit. And now, unfortunately, we have found the way to do it as the best we can and get it into a whole bunch of places much easier than we did before. So tonight, we're actually streaming on four different platforms on 5 different channels.
Nice. I like that.
Now Clay's
and you're not paying a service for that, right? To stream to all them places.
I haven't paid a dime for this. Is for I have a Nexus show channel on Rumble, and I've put up a bunch of content, all my shows and shit. But I usually have been getting them I'm either producing them or taking the ones off YouTube and putting them up on Rumble. And so I've been doing that for the last month or so, and then the other day I was getting ready to upload the latest show, and I did hit the upload thing, and all of a sudden there was this thing that said Rumble Studio with an arrow. And I said, well, what are you doing here? Let's go poke on you. So I clicked on and poked, and next thing I know, I was in Rumble Studio. And it said, what do you want to do? Do you want to go live? And I said, I am live. I'm going to go live through you. Started hitting buttons and shit. And all of a sudden it was up. So we were working with Riverside. Have you heard of Riverside FM?
No. Mm-mm.
So this is a whole nother level. When this Rumble and Riverside kind of thing, the merger would be incredible. And I'll talk to you about Riverside in a second. But anyway, so I hit Rumble Studio. I'm like, shit, all of a sudden I'm up. So I tagged Gerald and said, hey, you got a minute to go poke around on this stuff? So we spent the last 2 weeks going through Riverside, Zoom, and Rumble. And Rumble was only the last couple of days.
Well, this is the first time I've ever been in the Rumble studio, and I'm a little impressed. I'm not going to lie. I'm impressed that you got 3 people in the studio, and it doesn't cost you $20 a month to do it.
You can have 9 on in one session, and you can stream up to, I think it's 9 platforms.
See, that's awesome. So what I was doing on YouTube before I came to Rumble, I called them block parties. So I would get me and 7 other artists. We'd all come together and do just an open mic, but I would stream it to my channel. He would stream it to his channel. So everybody would stream it to their own channels. And we'd have all 8 channels streaming that one program, which was awesome.
And what was that program?
Just me, Conspiracy Music. Oh. Just my normal Friday night live show.
Well, I mean, what did you stream with? What did you get it out to? With StreamYard. Okay.
Yeah.
And I had my StreamYard. It was like $25 a month for the you do your own customization and shit.
Yeah.
And guests can stream up to 2 of their own platforms. Right. And I think I was able to do 5 from my account. And StreamYard, that combined streaming chat is very handy.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, that's like a very nice feature.
Yeah, I guess instead of having multiple windows open. I mean, I guess you can potentially just pop your chats out and line your chats up on a separate monitor.
That's what Gerald and I did for this.
That's what I'm doing right now.
5 different platforms or channels, and we're going, where's the chat for that? Where's the chat for that? We got to line them up so we can see them.
So when you're doing your live shows now, Clay, are you still streaming your music through OBS to StreamYard, or how are you doing that?
It depends. If I'm streaming by myself, I just stream straight through OBS. So it all goes through OBS. But if I have guests or a normal Friday night, then I just stream through share screen on StreamYard.
Okay.
And so I just share my whole second monitor, and I share the audio. And that's how I share the videos.
And your camera and your mic are off, but your share is on.
No, I can leave my camera and my mic on it too.
Yeah, but if you're just streaming, see, because I was thinking about doing this. I've got my Intuitive Sound Label YouTube channel. I've also got the website, but I've got like a shitload of content up there. And I thought, why wouldn't I just stream a review all my albums just back to back? Just put a big playlist, go.
Hit loop on it and
go and off you go. So I was thinking about doing that for some of the content.
Yeah, I was thinking, man, if I had another computer, I would probably just upload my playlist, because the playlist that I use for my indie artist is almost 1,800 videos. So I would probably just upload that and put it on a 24-hour loop and just let it run, and it would. I mean, I see plenty of other channels on Rumble that are doing that with mainstream music. But for when it comes to indie artists and indie music on Rumble, I'm the only guy over there doing it. So kind of a ground floor thing. So I'm excited about it actually.
So right now, on this little mini Mac that's refurbished or given to us, I'm running OBS 24/7 live stream of our security cameras and playing music in the background. Plus, I'm doing this live now with you guys. So I don't even have a separate computer for the 24/7. It's just running off its own over here on
Off
the
your
other
OBS.
screen.
Maybe I should do that. Maybe I should just stick OBS up on a third screen and let it go.
And I haven't had any lags or any problem. And this isn't that new of a computer. It's quite a few, not quite a few, maybe 5 years old, 3 years old. I don't know, maybe a little older than that. And it's handling it so far. And on my little monitor doing all this, I'm only at like 30% of CPU usage.
Let's see. 2 weeks ago, Bending Spoons is to acquire StreamYard. I've never heard of Bending Spoons before.
I haven't either.
New to me. Wow. Well, there's going to be a lot of consolidation.
Technology company.
I hope they don't mess it up and make it worse. I hope they improve it.
Yeah, me too. I always go to a lot of them like StreamYard panels that they do like their updates and stuff. So I always go there and ask questions and be like, oh man, it'd be awesome if we could do this, or it'd be awesome if we could do that, or we'll see.
Well, I think the ultimate thing tonight would be if you could play some guitar for us so we can see how it sounds through this stream. If you're up to it.
Yeah, absolutely. I can do that. I'm really intrigued with this Rumble Studio, and I'm definitely going to look further into that for sure. Because
we appreciate $20
a month.
We appreciate your participation and being willing, able, and interested to jump in and see if this thing actually can do shit that we hope it can do. Because until you test it, Clay, until you test something, you don't know what it's going to do.
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
Yeah. See, I haven't really practiced, so I may hit some sour notes.
Oh, I think everything I've heard you play sounded really awesome.
There's never, what determines whether a note is wrong, Clay?
If I tell them or not.
No. What the next note is.
True that.
Because having played many of those notes and never and rarely found the appropriate next note to make that previous shitty note right, when it happens, there's some serious nirvanic satisfaction that goes on. Like, that note sucked, but I saved it.
This backing track I'm going to use comes from a guy named Alexander Franca. He's only got a couple of hundred subs over on YouTube. But I have a playlist over on YouTube called Backing Tracks. It just has all the backing tracks that I use in there. And I try to rotate them so often. But there's a bunch of backing tracks in here that just hit me right in that spot. And just to be able to improvise a lead for them really gets me, because I can just be emotional with it. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
So this is one of them backing tracks. It's in the key of B minor. And this will be my interpretation of his backing track. Just lost my volume here. What happened?
When you first started playing, it sounded really good. Then the volume dropped out for some reason on the stream.
Yeah, all of my
On my end.
all my volume left my all the volume.
Robert,
my
Jim's
tablet.
trying to join the stream.
My tablet reset.
There he is. Thank you, sir. You're a moderator. I think you can actually allow that.
Well, that's how I saw it pop up on top.
Nice.
That's what I thought I'd tell you.
That was weird. All of a sudden, all the volume dropped out of my my tablet. I use my tablet to play my backing track. So how I connect to my music is, so a lot of people use like their DAW to get their sound. I don't use the DAW to get my sound. I didn't want to have the burden of getting all of my audio from my PC, so I use a Headrush MX5 guitar processor.
It's a modeler.
Yeah. It's got the amp modeling and all that on it. So I use that. And then, of course, my microphone, my guitar rig, and my tablet all go into just a Behringer 5-channel mixer. And from there, it's a USB mixer. So from there, it just plugs right into my PC, and that's all I use. And the reason why I set up that way is because I can just unplug my guitar pedal and just take it with me to my friend's house, and I have my rig with me. Where if all of my sound's on my DAW, then I got to grab a laptop, and I got to grab all of that comes with it. So that's why I choose the setup that I did.
So that makes total sense, and I'm probably going to want to talk to you offline because I got my own rig here, and I'm trying to reconfigure a few things, and I'm not using an outboard mixer. I'm just going straight audio, the audio device into the computer, but the audio device gives me all the inputs, whether it's MIDI or XLR or the 1/4 inch, whatever I'm bringing in. And it's mostly guitar. Interestingly enough, I do the same thing you do, but I just don't show anybody. I've got 7,000 or 8,000 jam tracks and 2 playlists on YouTube that I've been accumulating for 12 years. And I will put those on. And fortunately, and I'm sure you've experienced this, not all of them are using the same tuning keys.
Yeah.
The same frequency, right? You're like, wait a minute. Okay. So you got to adjust for that.
Mm-hmm.
But you can put those on, and you can, even if you want to put them in a loop, and there's plenty that you just want to loop. I will take a 8-9 minute, 12-minute jam by Elevated Jam Tracks or Bobby's or somebody's, and I'll just put that on loop and just sit there. Okay, I got to play for a half hour, and I'm just going to destroy this, until I get it right.
Yeah,
right. I mean, so that is really cool. I mean, so my question: the guitar is going into the board. You're going through your pedal into your board, and that's USB to the computer.
Yep.
Where's the backing track coming from?
I have it coming from just a regular tablet. Just my little Amazon tablet over here. I have that going from the headphone jack from my tablet. I have it going to my
to the same board.
Yeah, to my mixing board. Yeah.
Oh,
I just went and bought one of them because I have this mixing board has the audio video or the audio, the red and white audio plugin. So I just got a cable went from headphone jack to the audio things. So yeah,
I see.
And then if I want to play through my monitor speakers or whatnot, I have an output on that mixer too. So I go from the output into the input on my monitor speakers, and then that way I can get everything through my monitor speakers.
So your headphones are coming out of your board?
Yeah.
So the mic is also going to the board?
Yep.
58?
Yep.
So how are you accessing Rumble right now? Are you going through a browser on your computer?
Yeah. Just whatever browser opened up. I think it's is it Bing? No, I think it's Google. So yeah, just through my browser.
So you're accessing. All right. So I'm just checking, and bear with me because it's been a long couple of weeks. Gerald's been keeping both of us up trying to figure out how to make this shit work. And we actually think like it's kind of really working not only well, but the way we want it to. I've been doing this stuff back from the T1 and ISDN days. And what I'm seeing right now in the extremely low latency, high quality video. I mean, look at this guy down here in the corner. Okay. The guy with the white t-shirt and the glasses, right? I mean, he's never looked so good.
No, yeah, I'm serious. The video quality is awesome, and I haven't seen any of the video skip yet. I see it constantly at StreamYard with people, freezing sometimes, and then I have not seen that yet here.
So anyway, Jim, this is Clay. I met him online through another show, and he has his own channel, Conspiracy Music, and he shows a lot of independent indie music artists and his own music.
Yeah, but
turn your mic on, Jim.
You're muted.
So Clay, this is Jim Goodall. I don't know if you've ever heard of him. He's been involved in the military and skunk works and kind of in my field and Robert's field in the conspiracy kind of stuff.
Yeah, a lot of people are like, conspiracy music. Where's all the conspiracy? We're like, well, that is the conspiracy there. But and after a couple of years, we finally did decide. We started a show called Rockin' Rabbit Holes. It was 4 or 5 musicians getting together, diving down the rabbit hole on all of these different, conspiracies. So we did like the 27 Club, the day the music died, all of that stuff. Do fairies wear boots? We even delved into that. Just because Ozzy says fairies wear boots doesn't mean fairies wear boots. You know what I'm saying? So, and we're all musicians, so we kept it all comedy. Because you know how YouTube can be. So we kept it all comedy, and it was a lot of fun. I'm good. I plan on bringing that back.
Nice. So, Jim, did you find the "Let My Voice Free" button?
Nope.
No. You still haven't found your "Let My Voice Free" button. Dude,
click the little microphone down at the bottom.
Now on StreamYard, as the host, we have access that we can actually change people's audio, and we can actually go in and see. So
that is,
we haven't found it on Rumble. Rumble doesn't have that yet, or we haven't found it.
Yeah, and so there's a couple of things.
Rumble, this is brand new. Like the studio is brand new, so they're going to be looking for people. Hey, what are your ideas on how can we do this? And that's where we come in and be like, oh yeah, we can, let's do this. Chat integration. Let's do some of that,
So Mr. Goodall, you are not on. We cannot hear you. You must, I bet he's having this. I think this is what happens when I talk to my wife moment.
I think I read his lips and understood what he just said.
Yeah, we can read your lips, Jim, but not all of us have that good eyesight that can last that long.
Now, when I tried to come in the studio 3 times, and it took me 3 times to come in. The first time it wouldn't.
Yeah, Jim, go ahead and leave. Get your ass out and come back in. We'll stamp your hand on the way out so you don't have to pay to re-enter.
The first time I tried to come in, my camera, it wouldn't pick up my camera. So I left the studio, and then I come back in, and it picked up my camera, but it wouldn't pick up the OBS. So I closed it back out. And then the third time I came in, it actually picked up my OBS and everything.
Gerald, what do you got to say about that?
Yeah, I know. Every time we'd have to poke it and get it, we'd stop the stream, come back in, and something else would work. And then the next time we'd come back in, something else would turn on. So it's like, it's probably a work in progress. Like you said, it's brand new.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I got to tell you, right out of the gate, it's some pretty formidable shit.
Yeah, I would say,
especially if you're an audio, or you have some kind of proclivity for having a decent production. because we're all inundated with productions that are not decent, let alone, you know, worthy of the ones and zeros they are occupying. But when you can have something that's of an audio and a video quality, and the content that's in the context is something you can go, I think I know what those fuckers were talking about, or I don't think those fuckers know what they were talking about. And the range between that that's where, to me, it becomes a very interesting and fascinating with a lot of potential. So
Yeah, it makes a good show.
thank you for jumping in. I
You bet.
want to hang as long as you'd like to, but
I'd like to hear some more music. If you've got your audio, you think turned back on or whatever. Let's hear what it sounds like.
Let me,
okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh,
Yes,
shit.
I can hear you, Jim.
Unfortunately, your mic is working.
Oh fuck. Okay, I'll turn it off. Hey, I'm a little bit rummy. Besides, Clay, in case you didn't know, I've been up in Seattle for the last 8 days. My best friend had his knee replaced, and he's
you were telling us that saga of your trip. The last time you crashed the show earlier this evening, but now that you have officially rejoined and to do more crashing, did you? I don't think your mic was working. Clay, this is Jim Goodall. Jim Goodall, this is Clay Conspiracy Music.
Jim, how you doing?
I'm doing good.
We're testing some live music right now from Clay to see how Rumble handles it and how it sounds and everything.
Oh, okay.
And,
well,
and
I'm not much help in that area since I'm totally deaf in one ear. Literally, my auditory nerve is severed, and I've been around airplanes too much, so I have a very limited range. But I love
Clay was just about to break out some heavy metal, so you'll probably get you'll probably get the vibe. But before Clay does that, so Jim, Clay was this is his first time with us and on Rumble Studio. And he had some opinions about his experience with it. And Clay, what's your thoughts on Rumble?
I'm digging it. Yeah. I'm impressed. You know, I've been streaming for the last 3 years, and I've used multiple, you know, I've used Restream, StreamYard. I tried EVMUX, but I always just went back to StreamYard just because of the ease of use. You know, it was just easy. I didn't have to deal with it. But I'm digging this. I mean, the audio, the video quality, I'm impressed with the video quality. It looks amazing. And the sounds okay to me. I mean, the sound was great through my monitor speakers.
Oh.
So did you see that piece that I played, The Speck of Dust, with the orchestra?
That was amazing.
Did that come through all right on your end?
Yeah, I thought that sounded amazing. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's one of the tests that we wanted to.
Now I'm not sure if it came through in stereo or if it's coming through in mono. I'm not sure, but it sounded awesome nonetheless. Even if it was coming through in mono, it sounded amazing.
I only hear it in mono, so
yeah.
you know, people don't realize if you can only hear out of one ear and not very well at that, you have no directional hearing. Someone said, "Hey, I'm over here." Where's here? Well, I'm over here. This is 12 noon. Where are you in the clock? 6 o'clock, you know, whatever. And I was under anesthesia for 11 hours at Mayo Clinic, 1986, on a very interesting date, January 28, 1986.
What's interesting about that day?
The day Challenger blew up.
What day was that again?
That was the day Challenger blew up.
No, it was January in 86, right?
January 28, 1986.
Yes, okay. Yep, okay. I'm good.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was that's kind of that stuff that makes you go, Now, what was going on there? Was that random, or was that intentional and
That was
deviously?
gross incompetence and almost criminality, as far as the launch control officer should have stayed with the recommendation from the engineers. With the temperature on the O-rings, and that's what leaked, was an O-ring. If
Right.
it's below 35 degrees for more than 90 minutes, they won't hold the seal. It was down in 29 degrees for 3 hours. And they decided, no, the general public is losing their interest in the space shuttle. So we have to stay on schedule. So it was that incompetence that caused 7 people to die.
And that was big news here where I'm from in Utah, because of course that's where they were made.
Yeah. And I was coming out of surgery after being under for 11 hours. And my wife came in, and I could hear her. I'm in intensive care, and I could hear the nurse talking to my wife. It's my ex-wife now. So I got to tell them it's really important. She says, well, I don't know why it's so important. I said, trust me, it is. And I had 135 stitches in the back of my head, a 2.5-inch hole in my skull, and they took a tumor out the size of a golf ball. And I wasn't supposed to survive. Yeah.
Are you sure that wasn't an implant, Jim?
It could have been. I mean, no, but I've always been this fucked up. So it's normal. I'm normal.
Golf ball size implant. That explains a whole bunch.
Yeah, play some music. I love music, even though I don't hear for shit.
All right, we're ready for some music.
Here we go.
I'm the only one here who doesn't play an instrument.
Now I had to reset the sound on my tablet, so if like my guitar is overpowering the backing track or vice versa, just tell me something and I can change it on the fly. So
all right,
here we go. Oh, speaking of, this one comes from Elevated Jam Tracks. This is a soulful, mellow groove in B minor, and it's just something about this backing track I've really dug, and I've played it so much now that I kind of wrote my own lead for it. So. Something like that.
That's very. I enjoyed that.
Thank you.
And in my next life, when I come back, I want to play a guitar like Wes Montgomery, and I want to be able to play the piano. When I worked for Xerox back in the '60s, I worked in Hollywood, and I had A&M Records, and I sat in for 6 hours listening to Wes Montgomery. He was cutting songs for a new album. That was cool. That was incredible. And I've always loved it, but I never had the talent to sit down and learn.
Well, Jim.
Well,
this is
Jim, but the thing is, you can't have all the good looks and then a talent too.
I mean, too.
That throws all of the shit, the scales off, and then there's confusion and all that stuff. So,
now people ask me all the time. They're like, or they say all the time, "Man, I wish I could play an instrument." And I tell this to everybody. I'm like, "You're never too old to play an instrument. You just." I said, every single person on this planet has music inside of them. I said, you just need to find the right instrument for you, whether that be a guitar, a piano, a cardboard box, a couple of pans banging together.
It's usually blonde or redhead.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Truth, but yeah.
No, but that came through really good, Clay, and I really enjoyed it. I thought that was awesome.
Yeah, I enjoyed it too. I love good music.
Thanks.
And one of my favorite programs on TV, which is I don't watch that much of it, is The Voice and AGT, and then they had Songland. We're here 2 years ago, 3 years ago, and I absolutely love. I mean, I can't hear for squat. I can't decipher what they're singing or what the song is about, but I know a good song when I hear it.
So I've been lucky. So for the last 2 years, I've been doing an indie music showcase type of show where I'm showcasing indie artist music videos, all the indie artists from YouTube. So I'm just surrounded constantly by like hundreds of just amazing artists from YouTube that have 50 subs here, 13 subs there, 125 subs here. And it's my opinion that like the pulse of music right now on the planet is in the YouTube indie music community, because the music that's coming out of there is just over the top, and it's just amazing.
I would like to have a conversation with you about that, Clay. I find the whole space that music has inhabited and been mangled, manipulated, and basically metastasized into a massive nonsense is about to go through a significant change. And I think what we're seeing, and I use this as an excuse or probably an example. I mean, we're in 4 different states at least, right? Jim's usually in 2 or 3 other states at the same time he's in one. So
state of confusion.
Hey,
Jim is.
I've earned a right. I'm 79. I've done a lot of fun, incredible things. So,
and the stories this man has, if you have the time, he's got the story. I'm pretty
sure I've seen a program or two that you may have been on.
I've been on.
Jim's basically a little hoe. You know, it's between us. He hoes himself out, and somebody's got a show. He's like, I'm in.
Well, Jim's been on quite a few documentaries on like the history and other channels like that also, right, Jim?
Right.
51 TV programs including 2020, 48 Hours. First Tuesday with Connie Chung. I was on, he was ABC, Peter Jennings. They interviewed me for 5 hours on the F-117 stealth fighter. and I got preempted by Saddam Hussein. So,
Some people
yeah.
just don't have respect, you know?
Yeah. But do you know what the Blackbird is? The SR-71?
Yeah.
I'm an expert on it. I saw my first one when I was in 1964, March of 64. But I acquired a CIA version, an A-12 for a museum in Minnesota. And we cut the wings off. I scrounged 2 C5s to move it. And Ben Rich and I were we corresponded. We talked to each other once a quarter for over 20 years. And he was the president of Skunk Works and Kelly Johnson's right-hand man. And I called him up after we got the airplane to Minneapolis, and I said, Ben, I have a record that no one will ever be able to touch. And he said, what's that? And he said, I'm the only person in the world to have been in a cockpit of a Blackbird at 33,000 feet at Mach 0.72 inside another airplane, and I landed it as well. He said he laughed so hard he was going to give me a Mach 3 plus card, but never did. Now, is there a way to share a photo?
Yes, you can do. So let's see.
Start screen share. There's a little start screen share button down at the bottom.
Okay,
underneath our little pictures.
And it seems like it has a preference for either browser tabs, Windows, which are applications which you can't share sound with, or entire screens.
Oh, here we go.
Okay.
Now this part's exactly like StreamYard with the screen sharing.
Yeah. I think they're all pretty much, they work off that same thing.
The browser, yeah.
Okay.
But I got to tell you, Clay, so here's another thing, and I'm going to really look forward to have a conversation with you off this show. The latency in the audio and the video right now is, I mean, we could easily be on the set of a network.
Mm-hmm.
It's that instantaneous. It's like the feed. We got the satellite feed from Moscow and joining us from DC. And now the idiot from the asshole country of Fuckistan is now joining us with their commentary and real live report. I mean, it's that, I don't know. I could be maybe a little really overexcited because I'm happy that it's working, but it seems to me like this is some pretty real-time shit going down right here.
Yeah, I'm a little impressed. I've used a bunch of different streaming services, and yeah, I'm definitely gonna check this out further. And I like that the down below that's got a little green box around our picture, so we know who's talking.
Yeah. I mean, I'm trying to post a photo, but it's just taking my screen.
Yeah, that's all you can do is just take a picture of your screen, basically.
Yeah, but it's.
So do you have is the photo in a program? Is it open in like image or
you can here? I opened up. I opened
up.
it up even. Here, check this.
I opened up a JPEG.
Here,
and what did you open it with?
Right now.
I just.
Oh, that's
never mind. I went into my file folder and clicked on it.
So it opened up, and you're on a PC or a Mac?
No, I'm a Mac.
Okay,
I'm a Mac guy.
So, all right. So it's open on your desktop. Go to your screen share, and when you say gives you the selection, make sure that you go to Window and see when you click on Window at the top and see if the name of that picture shows up.
Yeah.
Allowed to share window. I did that. Nothing happened. How about if I share screen, that my whole screen should show up, I would think.
Yeah, your whole screen. As long as you don't have your porn out, you should be okay.
All the stories this guy's got, man.
Okay.
Okay,
you can't
at Hefner's house.
Can you blow this? Can you blow the screen up?
Oh, hold on. I'm sorry. I need to help you with that. I need to click that. There we go.
Okay.
Oh, cool.
Let me.
That's cool.
let me do it. Let me do a different. Let me move
Yeah,
this
just
over.
move that. Go the other way. No, the other
Yeah.
one.
Okay. Yeah.
With your left, the other right. Slide
that?
that over. You want to show the one that you're bringing the. There you go. So yeah, keep bringing it. Same. Keep going that way. Keep going. There you go. Yeah, now you're right in the middle.
Okay, that's my A-12. That's the 8th production Blackbird. It's a single place Blackbird. It flies higher. This airplane here flew straight and level at 92,500 feet 60 years ago. And the top speed on this thing, it's designed to fly at Mach 3.24, which is right around 2,100 miles an hour. This particular airplane, it was the envelope expansion aircraft for the CIA A-12s. And he got this thing up to Mach 3.56, which was 2,391 miles an hour. That was for about 15 seconds. He was in bad air and he dropped the nose down and redlined everything. So this was my baby. And we had, as it went into C5, we had a grand total of 1.5 inches of clearance on the floor. So, and every airplane's a little bit different. I had measured 5 different airplane C5s, and I scrounged 2 of them. Pratt & Whitney needed to lease one, and it was almost $1 million a day. And I got this one and a companion one for a total of 8 days each. Now I'm gonna open up another
That is a cool picture. I really dig
Yeah.
that picture.
Oh yeah, that's one of my favorites.
We see all of your underwear and your nasty stuff, so you're good. Keep going.
Yeah. This one here, can you see that? Okay.
Yeah.
That's what we're loading it in. This thing's 105 feet long. It was cut at Wing Station 112, and it was about 11 feet tall. At the time, well, even you can't include the Airbus Beluga or the Boeing Dreamlifter because they were modified. They're not regular service. The C5 is the largest one the Air Force has. And at the time, it was the largest object ever carried internally in an operational airlifter. So, but I rode in the cockpit of this puppy, and it was nothing. It was the same as winning the World Series, the Stanley Cup, and yeah, I mean and the Super Bowl. I mean, I am.
Yeah, that would be cool. That would be a cool experience for sure.
Well, shit, wait a second.
And to think that he sat in the cockpit of the plane that was in the plane that had its own cockpit.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, this is a big airplane. This is it took 2 C5s to move it. This is the outer wing panel and engine nacelle. And it barely fit inside the C5. There's one shot. And there it is inside the C5.
Oh, wow.
And when I got done with it, I'll come up over here. This is one of my more fun photos. Come on, if it'll come up. Okay. I love this shot because the engine nacelle is separate from the airplane, and that's one of our C-130s coming in with a recovery crew. But we cut the wings off in 1.5 correction in 2.5 days. This is when I was done with it. This is what it looked like. This is operational Black Shield markings. This is when it was flying out of Kadena, Okinawa, overflying North Korea and North Vietnam.
That is cool.
And this is the. All right. Sometimes this shit doesn't want to.
I need to run my dog out to go tinkle real quick.
All right. Go ahead.
I'll be right back. I'll be on my cell phone because I want to watch. I want to look at these pictures.
Well, stay with us.
Yeah. Is he running off?
He's gonna be right. He'll be back.
He's doing dog duty.
Oh, okay.
He says he's going to listen on his cell phone. He wants to see the pictures as you're sharing them.
I mean, and then we have the cockpit. I restored that. It's the only A-12 cockpit that was 100% complete. And you can't see it very well. Can you see where my cursor is?
Yes.
Yes.
Right there. That is a destruct switch that if you have to bail out, you flick that on. It makes sure the sensitive equipment and everything else is destroyed. And there's a couple A-12 pilots say, well, I heard they line the fuselage with explosive cord, and because they did demonstrate it, but it was for the unmanned Mach 4 drone, which was called the D-21, and that's just an awesome piece of equipment as well.
So while you're sorting through, wait a minute, where did I go? Where's me? Why there needs to be more of me? There I am. There wasn't enough, as if there isn't already. Neil, aka Castle Dude, has asked a question in the chat. He's got a couple of them, and I answered one of them. So his question was, could a Blackbird operate in space?
No.
And my reply to him was, it's not designed for that. Briefly, if it got too close, but it would fall back in, and it could fly its ass home.
No, it flies at about 18 or 19 miles in altitude, which is 85 to 90,000 feet.
Yeah.
Outer space is 62 miles. That's when you're considered in outer space. When there's the PSA up there is pretty close to zero.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what I have here is a program that was more classified than the Manhattan Project. We were developing.
I have to just jump in there, Jim. That looks very similar to the X-15.
Well, it's a ramjet-powered spy plane with a booster underneath it. They initially were going to launch it off of a mother airplane, the M21. I got some shots of that here. Okay.
And then he has this isn't a question, but you might be able to hook him up with some ideas. He also has in the chat, Neil says he's going to visit the only Blackbird outside of the U.S. located at RAF Duxford.
Yep, 96. I think it's 962. I think it is, or 968. Okay, this is how they were going to launch the drone, and they launched 4 of them off of the mother airplane. They built 2 mother airplanes. The sole example remaining is at the Museum of Flight in Seattle. And I've sat in both cockpits and I restored the front cockpit. And the first 3 launches were successful. The 4th launch, the drone pitched up and then pitched down and crashed into the mother airplane. Bill Park thought there was a shift in the CG, so he gave it some forward stick. And he said he knew something was wrong when things started going past him as the airplane was disintegrating. And they rode the forward fuselage down from 90,000 feet to about 65,000 feet. And they went through Bill said they went through 10 to 12 rotations where the forward fuselage was tumbling and twirling. So he was going maximum G to negative G, just back and forth, back and forth. Finally, at about 65,000 feet, Bill Park, who was the chief test pilot, his feeling always was, I'll stay with the airplane until it's safer not to stay with the airplane. So at 65,000 feet, he initiated the ejection sequence. Ray Torek got out okay. He was the launch control officer, but he broke his arm going out. And Bill Park made it out successfully. And when they launched that morning from Area 51, they said this, the ceiling was at 5,000 feet. So Bill knew that once he broke through the clouds, he had 5,000 feet before he hit the water. Well, from the time he had the briefing until the time he had the midair collision with the drone, the ceiling had dropped to sea level. So he when you eject out of the airplane at 65,000 feet, the outside temperature is 50 to 60 below zero, and you're falling, so you have wind chill to go along with it. And there's a 6-foot stabilization chute is attached to the seat, and it stays with you until you get to 15,000 feet. And at 15,000 feet, the seat will automatically cut the harness and push you out, and then your main chute will open whether you're conscious or not. And so Bill said he said it over 1,000 times. Lockheed promised me the main chute would open up at 15,000 feet, because the first thing that happens when you leave the airplane, the faceplate heater is external to the suit. So the first thing that happens, the inside of your faceplate frosts up. You can't see. and you're in an ejection seat that you just left a
skid mark.
Yeah, that too. 2,100 mile an hour airplane. But the indicated airspeed at 85,000 feet at Mach 3.2 is about 350 knots. There's 0.4% of the atmosphere at that altitude. That's why an air breathing airplane, the Blackbird was, and same with the drone. You need an awful lot of power. You have to push yourself up above 90,000 feet. You don't fly it. You really have to, with just god awful thrust, push the unit through.
So Jim, that picture you just had up there, what year was that?
1964.
That was 64?
That was 64 on the mother airplane, and the last launch was 1970.
Whoa!
And that was off of B-52. That was off of they call it Senior Bowl. I'll go back to the D-21s.
Yeah, I was born in 69 and pretty much grew up my whole life just in awe of the SR-20, the SR-71 for sure.
I was an 18-year-old airman second class, two-striper. And I was stationed at Lowry Air Force Base in Denver, and I got a set of orders because I was a communication specialist, but I specialized in ground-based telemetry. And they needed another body at Edwards for 3 programs for Category 1 testing for telemetry, installing telemetry. And that was the XB-70 Valkyrie, the YC-141 Starlifter, and a classified program, which turned out to be the YF-12 Interceptor. So on March 10th, 1964, at 3:15 in the afternoon, I saw my first blackbird. And it's as vivid today as it was 60 years ago.
Wow.
Yeah, and it affected my entire life. I became a blackbird fanatic to the point Ben Rich, who replaced Kelly Johnson at the Skunk Works, he said, from a historical point of view, there isn't anybody that knows more than me. Engineering wise, yes, but from a history point, because I was able to interview everybody who crashed one, who built one, who designed the engines, designed the avionics, designed the suit. I went to Wyman Gordon. They did the forgings on the landing gear and the engine carry-through structure on the engine nacelles. So I could, back in the day, you could not go talk to somebody. If you worked at the Skunk Works and you're working on widget A, you had no reason to talk to the guy who was working on widget B. And if you ask them questions, they start getting, why are you asking questions? It's none of your business. You're not part of the, you're not privy to that. When Rosemont Engineering, they're out of Burnsville, Minnesota. They're also in Eden Prairie, Minnesota. They did the static pitot tube and the air data computers for the Blackbird. And all they were given was the environment, where it was going to go on the airplane or the craft, whatever it was, what kind of what kind of readings that they needed to get out of it. And then if they're putting something on the side of the fuselage or the bottom, they would have a panel, maybe a foot by a foot, and it's on in the center. It's on a fixture, so you know how it lines up to the real craft, and your device has to hook up to that. So I interviewed those guys. I had a static pitot tube, but I gave it to another museum. And if you bend one of those, and they've been bent, it's $14,000.
Wow.
yeah. And let me get in here.
Wait a minute.
That's a D-21, one of the very first flights. The rocket pushes it up to 90,000 feet. The ramjet lights about Mach 3.2, and it speeds up to just under 3.8, 3.9, depending on the air, at between 95 and 100,000 feet.
Wow.
But it was designed to, when Francis Gary Powers was shot down, one of the terms and conditions of his release was the cessation of all manned overflights of the Soviet Union and its allies, which was Warsaw Pact, not China. They were at odds back then. So they still needed, this is before satellites, they still needed a craft to go in and take pictures. And what they came up with, it was the D-21. And I thought I had some drawings in here of it. It's a fat, here's, off the B-52, this is the launch profile. They're approximately 300 miles off the coast of China, because all 4 operational drone flights were over China. They launch at about 25 to 30,000 feet. And here they say 40, they launch it, and as it passes through 40,000 feet, and it goes up and up and up. It goes up to up to 80,000 feet, but it was actually higher than that. You have and there's 5 pounds of explosive cord throughout the D-21, and when it comes back, it's dead reckoning. It flies out to the target, which was Lop North, China, where the Chinese had their nuclear weapons testing facility in Western China. And it was going to start taking pictures. It was time and distance. They had about I think it's 800 feet of film. I think it was in its 9 to 10 inches wide. It's very good resolution, and they wanted to get shots of their nuclear testing facility, and they also had the ability. One of the static pitot tubes that goes out is a dud, but it's also used for picking up air particles. So they were using that. It would go into a filter, and they were going to see if there was any radioactive material in there, and they can tell an awful lot just by looking at those microscopic pieces. And then it would make a U-turn and head right back out over the Pacific. There would be a JC-130, as they call it, catch a falling star. It's the same guys that were catching the Discovery satellites and the Samos satellites, all the SPY satellites, the Coronas, the one they had the capsules, and they recovered those aerially, and they brought them to. They would land on Ford Island, and they would take the hatch into Hangar 79, which was my hangar when I was the curator out there, which is kind of weird. And then at 50,000 feet or about, the drone would blow up. And it's very, very effective. When they were showing the guys at Lockheed, well, how good is this explosive cord? They flew in a T-33 that had been 5 pounds of cord wrapped around this thing inside of the airframe. And they're in the middle, they parked the thing out in the middle of Groom Dry Lake. And it was one that was going to the boneyard. It was bent, or it wasn't a good training aircraft. It outlived its usefulness. And they detonated, and there wasn't a piece bigger than an ashtray left of that airplane. It blew it to smithereens. But it really pissed off a lot of people because they had to go out there and pick up all the FOD, which is your foreign object damage if you have an airplane that's a big vacuum cleaner like the Blackbird. But that's the launch and recovery events of the D-21B. There's a great shot behind the B-52. I mean, the D-21. The guys looking at the clearance. The guys that worked on the booster were terrified because they said any static charge would set it off. And they didn't want to be walking around there waiting for this thing to light itself off. So they always had they'd have a grounding strap on their wrist, a grounding strap on their ankle, and they always made sure that they were touching something that was grounded before they touched the booster. They were that spooked for it.
Now, what plane is that they're under?
It's a B-52H. Serial number is 61 balls 21. And it was one of two B-52s. They had identical internal configurations. They had the same block number, if you want to call it that, the same revision number. And they sent 10 Lockheed engineers from Palmdale, from the Skunk Works, to a school. I think it was in Griffiths Air Force Base, New York, on the B-52 maintenance and everything they needed to know. And they were gone almost, I think he said 6 months, 5 or 6 months. And they came back and they were very familiar. I mean, these were skunk work engineers. I mean, there isn't anything they couldn't figure out. But this is the first. This is going to be the first flight of a captured D-21B that was going to be airlifted and dropped from a B-52. Now they had one that they were just ferrying. They were somewhere near Hemet, but more so into the mountains. And the drone is held on by 3 explosive bolts. And for whatever reason, the 2 forward, there's 1 in the back and two on either side forward. The boat bolts fail. They figure hydrogen embrittlement. And as soon as the drone leaves and the umbilical is disconnected, 3 seconds later, the booster automatically fires. But the D-21 was facing straight down, and they immediately had a team out there to recover what they could. There were a couple of fishermen who were taking pictures of it as this thing's coming down, and they had to find a way to con these fishermen out of their film. So as they're coming through the town heading towards wherever the lake was that it crashed into, they picked up a German chocolate cake from a bakery, a pastry shop. And they went in there and said, you guys see that thing that crashed here a little bit ago? Yeah, we got all sorts of pictures of it. I said, I tell you what, I said, I'll buy your film from you and I'll give you this chocolate cake if you give me the film. And the guy said, one of the guys, I heard from one of the guys who was on the recovery team. He said, one of the guys says, I'm hungry. That's a good deal. So, so here they had this incredible footage that would have made their front page, the front cover of Life magazine or Time magazine. And they traded it for $10 and a chocolate cake. Yeah. Yeah. So, but that's my passion. And it's been a passion of mine for as long as I can remember.
Some amazing
and I love
pictures
it.
For sure.
I love it. It's just a lot of fun. And now I'm going out into the jungles of Belize. I don't know if this stuff will come. Belize, yeah.
Yeah, Jim's got he's got some kind of you know how they have all those different stages of kind of life thing where it's like, well, you go through the early stuff and then the midlife crisis and then you kind of go through some other stage and then some other thing that may or may not be a crisis. Well, Jim is going through I'm not even sure what to call it yet. Jury's still out, but
a geezer crisis.
He's out climbing jungles in Belize in uncharted, unexcavated territory, and part of a documentary to do all this work. So I know it's kind of like Indiana Jones means Sean Connery kind of thing.
I like
kind of blend, right?
Kind of mysterious. Yeah.
Now, where the hell did he go? Where's he?
I don't know. He was looking for his Belize pictures and he disappeared.
Let's see if
Susan tried to pop on earlier and I okayed it, but then she was down there but never came on, or she didn't get her audio or video going or something. So
well,
I told her to
Susan,
come back.
We've noticed that you've got to poke at it at least 2 or 3 times to make it work. So please try again.
Yeah, try again.
And Jim, whatever it was, wait a minute. Oh shit, he's back. Shh, hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Yeah. You rats.
But now his audio's not working again. I'm kidding.
Did somebody hear Jim? Did anybody see him?
What?
Is there any Jim there? Hello?
No.
Jim.
He's dead.
No.
Jim, boom, beam me out, will you?
Hey, I'm really impressed with this Rumble studio, I gotta say. I think I'm gonna.
Yeah, I
look
think we're
further
going to be
into
doing
it.
a lot more at this Rumble.
Yeah, I'm gonna definitely look more into it for sure.
So, Susan, please give it another try.
Okay.
Because we need some. There needs to be some class spread across
Okay.
No, I was gonna. That's not right.
This
Can you hit that full screen, Jim? Is there a way on that little window to hit that full screen?
Aren't I on there now?
You're on there, but if you can
the
make the
image
picture
itself.
bigger by hitting full screen.
I mean, I can go to full screen, but this is I'm climbing up. It's called Pyramid G. It's a 261 foot from the base to the top, and you need machetes and climbing pole. I mean, poles to keep your balance. It was raining to beat hell, and I got up to about 2/3 of the way up. And I just said, screw it. And Jared and Tom Elmore went to the top. And it was just a lot of fun. Here's Jared. And again, it's 85, 90 degrees and raining. So you can see we're all sopping wet.
Yeah, probably a lot of sweat and a little bit of rain.
Yeah.
Very humid there, Jim.
Yeah, not yet. About as humid as Hawaii gets when the trades quit blowing. I'm just looking for some of the interesting stuff. The place we're going to, that's Alfredo. He's the mayor of the town. There are 3 waterfalls on this river that runs year round, and the village is going to give us 4 acres. So down the road a ways, if our series on the excavation of this pyramid complex, it's going to be submitted to Netflix and to Prime and to Discovery Channel when we get it all done.
Yeah, I recently did see a Discovery on some of the jungles down there, and like they were showing a top-down picture of all the jungles and all the different like structures that are buried in the jungle.
Oh yeah,
pretty amazing stuff.
When they went in Belize is a fairly small country. I think at the widest point, it's a tall one. It's narrow and tall. It's 68 miles wide at the widest point, and it's about 180 miles from the south end to the north end. And the total population is under 400,000. And it used to be British Honduras, and when the Brits left, and then they became an independent country like India and Canada and Australia and whatever. The official language in Belize is English, so you don't have to worry about not knowing, oh shit, I don't speak the language. Well, you don't have to. They speak the same language. But most everybody there speaks Mayan. I'm going to go to a different screen. If I don't want to bore you guys, so.
Well, that happened a long time ago. I mean, I'm just kind of hanging on, wondering how many more fucking folders does this guy have?
Yeah, and this is me experiencing the guys that were on the Bataan Death March. It was 92, 93 degrees. The dew point was in the high 80s. There was no wind. And we were going in 6 miles into the jungle. And
wow.
I had, when I hit half of my water and my Gatorade, I said, that's as far as I'm going. Now, I was 26 years to 50 years older than everybody in the group. So I did this last year. I was 78. The oldest person besides that was Jared. He had just turned 50.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Good
And his
for
girlfriend,
you.
his
Yeah,
girlfriend just turned 30. So I had 50 years on her.
And you wonder
So-
why he had heart attack?
Yeah, he's the one that had the heart attack.
No, you wonder why he had a heart attack? How was his girlfriend?
Yeah.
He was 50, she was
30.
30. I mean, come on, guys.
Yeah.
Own it.
No, he's a good guy. Okay, I shouldn't have. Okay, let me get back over here.
So I'm just gonna while you're looking, Jim, I just want to do a shout out and a call out to Neil over there at Castle Dude, who is lighting up the chat, but hasn't got anywhere near the cojones to fire up the feed and join us. He is just busy dropping shit out of the peanut gallery and into the peanut gallery because he says he's got another show to do later. So
Well, he's actually going to a place that we already had on a live stream. It's a haunted place there in the UK, the White Ladies Priory. So he'll be doing that later today on his channel.
Okay. Now you can't see it very well, but these things right here and right over here, this is 2/3 the way up the 261 foot tall pyramid.
Wow.
And
you can see like the different levels going up.
And here are rocks, here's some over here.
Right. I see that.
Yeah. I mean, and starting on May 2nd, we're going to our group, we're going to employ 10 crews of 14, and each 14-man crew will go and start removing all the vegetation, starting at the top, and to make sure that no one gets left out. Every day will be a different group of 14. So we'll end up employing and paying, because these are
140
subsistence
people.
farmers.
Nice.
And the village, one of the reasons we have access to this, and we're the only non-university related group ever to do this, is when they in 1984, 85 timeframe, when they were nailing down all of where all the artifacts were, where all the Mayan ruins were. They did an aerial radar mapping of the country, and they were all mapped out. They were all close to roads and whatever, except one village. It was in the middle of nowhere. They had the largest complex in Belize, but there was no road in there. And the village finally got a road in from the outside world in 2012. So this complex is under the control of the village, and the villagers love us. We buying them goats primarily to keep the vegetation. Once the vegetation's removed, we'll put the goats up there if anything starts growing back, and they'll eat everything, and they're good with rocky surfaces. So once we do that, and then the next step is that we have to have an archaeologist on board, and we already have one. But then we're going to start removing all the overburden, and all that is going to be sifted.
All the dirt and
Not more as the crow flies, not more than 15 or 18 miles away at I think it's Lupatum pyramid complex. There's two of them in southern Belize that have been excavated, just the top. But they in 1923, when the Brits were in here pillaging the country, they found a crystal skull at Lupatum. and it wasn't hidden anywhere. It was laying on the ground as they were clearing the overburden off.
Wow.
And they found this crystal skull, and it's the same skull. I mean, it's the same storyline that they used in Indiana Jones, the Temple of the Crystal Skull, or whatever it is.
Mhm.
Jim,
It's based on real, a real crystal skull. Most
Jim,
of the
so
other
I mean that's a rabbit hole that Nugget just fell into. So we're gonna go travel there for a minute. But before we do that, I just go back to that picture you were showing.
Which one?
The one you just of you in the bushes.
Where you could see the different levels of the pyramid, that one?
Yeah.
No, the one where he was the last one, that one there.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
I got a question.
I'm sitting on a flat piece. Yeah. Okay. What's the question?
So my question is that stage or Memorex? Is that a digital enhancement and a fake done to make you look like a man of the jungle, or are you actually in the jungle?
Yeah, are you really just sitting in your backyard in a lawn chair and it's photoshopped into the jungle?
I need a fact check.
Well, I'll show you the bills for the hotel and the food. Yeah, no, it's hey, that's someone said, hey, Goodall said, you're almost 80 years old. What the hell are you going into the jungle for? I said, if you slow down or stop, you start to rust and then you die. I want to be going 1,000 miles an hour with my hair on fire, chasing a dream.
Well, I think that you've provided some.
I like that.
You've provided some empirical data in that regard this evening. Aside from the long trip you just made and the drive and getting the flat and all the crap and me bugging you with as soon as you walk in the door, where's your ass? How come
You're
not
a pain
on
in the
live
ass.
stream?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
and you go, oh shit, I gotta take care of shit, and then I gotta deal with this shit. So so you get on, you come in and you spill a bunch of nuggets, you leave, and then you're like, you know what, these guys 5 hours later are still hanging on. I got nothing better to do. I'm gonna jump back in there and I'm gonna start telling me some stories. Which you have done exceptionally well. And I gotta say, that picture, if I didn't know anything from my own, experience and looking at real imagery versus, all this CGI and
I hate this.
All these different things that people are doing. I looked at that and I said, you know what gives that away? That's real Jim in the jungle.
Jim in the jungle.
Jungle Jim. Yeah.
It's Jungle Jim. It's Jim in the jungle doing his Jungle Jim. Is you look like you're sitting on a pile of rocks.
So is that the artifact that you found there, Jim?
Pardon?
That's a picture of what you found there on that plateau?
Well, no, this was found. I think this one was at Pyramid B at our location, but they moved it to Lim Nim Puit. They have each excavated site has a museum where they have the artifacts, and it's pretty interesting.
Is that Mayan on there? Has anybody transcribed those? Is that Mayan?
Oh yeah. This is all transcribed. And this each one of these squares is a story or a sentence. I think the bigger the square, the more they're reading into it. But it's this was found just laying in the dirt.
That's crazy.
Yeah. So
so how old? Like, what would be a good estimate on how old that would be?
It said at a minimum the pyramids are 2,000 years old. Now they're speculating based on other things that they found that the pyramids are probably between 20,000 and 200,000 years old. And the Mayans found them abandoned and repurposed them for their own use.
Oh.
And at one time, from just south of Mexico City through Mesoamerica to northern Colombia, there were between 10 and 20 million Mayans in that area. Now, everybody you see is dark skinned is Mayan in Belize, and they all speak English, and most of them speak 2 of the 3 dialects of Mayan. I think there's one. If you're closer to Nicaragua, it's a little bit different than if you're farther into the interior or other areas of Belize. It's really fascinating, and how this came about. Jared's from Minnesota, and I claim Minnesota as home. I spent most of my adult life there, and we were just shooting the shit one night, and he said, I'm thinking about getting a couple people together and going to Peru and going to Machu Picchu and whatever. I said, hey, I'm game. Well, about the time we started planning, there was a military coup, and this was a year and a half ago, and all the historical sites are shut down, and I really don't want to be traipsing through the jungle, fearful that I'm going to run into an encampment of soldiers or militants or whatever. So
end up being a hostage in the middle of a foreign country.
Right. So
well, Jim, I appreciate what you're saying, because somebody of your level of privileged whiteness would stand out like a beacon in the jungles, and you would just attract attention.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I'm just one handsome son of a bitch. I can't help it.
Yeah, who wouldn't want some jungle Jim?
Yeah.
There'd just be a whole bunch of white, going on, and because you tower above them, you got white hair, you're got the whole white thing going on. They will assume that privilege has followed your ass.
Or you're the white devil, one or the other.
Yeah. Yeah, well, it's just still a privilege, right?
Okay. This is on top of Pyramid B. That's Jared up there. These are steps that the priest would go up there. It's the very, very top of the pyramid. And it was just a little bit of excavation back about 10 years ago. University of New Mexico. It was one summer. But a priest would be up here and praying to the gods, doing whatever. And then this thing here is an open chamber chimney. It goes down another 10 feet, they said. And they burn incense, and the incense goes in there, and it stays in the that open chamber, and it goes and it swirls around the top of the pyramid, and it sort of encapsulates the priest or priests, maybe multiple of them, and then they have their procession down and do some other ceremonial stuff. But this is
wow.
That's cool. Well, they probably have that opening there. It must draw the air in somehow. So they must have known like they could have used that for like a trick to effect. Be like, hey, look at us, swirling smoke around, and
right.
And
do you have a picture of the crystal skull?
No. Now here's one of the natives. No, this is Michael Roser. It was hot. And it's just another part of that structure. So it's, and again, this is at least 2,000 years old. And where all the gems are what we're standing on, the dirt, the overburden. Start taking that off, and this thing will get interesting. And we've received permission from the Belize government to start removing trees. The trees just tear the hell out of the out of the structure. The roots get in there and just push it out. And there's something here. What we're hoping to find. Just a second.
I got to step away just for 1 second.
All right.
Okay. This right here is their ballpark. And you have opposing teams. One team's over here, one team's over here. There's a ball right in the middle. You can't use your hands or your arms. And this thing gets knocked into the air, and it has to stay in the air. And the spectators over on both sides, but the players can be up in there doing whatever. And I understand some of the games, the losing teams were sacrificed. So there was a real incentive to do your very best.
Wow.
Yeah.
Now, is that from the Mayan culture? Is that right?
Yeah, that's Mayan. Mayans are just vicious. If you were to diss a Mayan, they may go out and kill your entire extended family, including dogs, chickens, goats. You're gonna find your grandmother, your great aunt. They'll kill everybody. They'll kill everybody. And all you may have done was, actually bumped into them at the grocery store. Yeah.
Wow, that's a rough crowd.
Yeah, it is, and that led partially to its demise. Okay, I gotta open this. Hopefully, this one will open up. Oh shit! Come on. I'll try a different one. Okay. This is a grave. This is how they bury the very, very important people. And then they put big flat stones over them. And this one's been excavated. This is at Limdim Puit, which is not that far from where we're going. And they usually bury their important people with jewelry.
Now, what were they in? Were they in a sarcophagus, or were they just wrapped up, or how were they? How did you guys find the body?
From what I understand, they're wrapped up.
Wrapped up. Okay.
Yeah. And here's another one, which is interesting. Is there's one right here, and these are the stones they put over it to cover the grave. And
those are big.
Yeah, and these are examples of what they would put over these types of stones.
Wow.
It's believed that when this very important person, it could have been a priest or it could have been the ruler or the chief or whatever, when he goes to the Neverlands, his wife goes with him. So they said that the queen or the wife of this person here is buried in this side. So it's a 2-for-1 special. It's a blue light
now,
special.
Was the body put in there than anything else over top of it, or was it just the body then stones covering the cavity?
From what I understand, they put them in there, then they put the stones on top. They don't cover them with dirt. And I don't know how they preserve them. I haven't gotten that far into it. I'm going to learn more about the Mayan culture than I ever wanted to. But it's I love doing this shit. I really do. I'm not a typical 79-year-old, nor do I want to be. If this will open up a second. Okay. This was in the parking lot of Pyramid A. It was just laying there. You can't see it right here. If you shine the light on it sideways, those little squares that were identified earlier, you can barely see them here. If we'd have brushed it off and maybe throw some water on it, it would really show up. That's a calendar. It was events for a certain time, time period, and they're posted. You post something on Facebook. Well, they posted something on this. This is more permanent.
The fuck.
You can't have dipshit, whatever, back in Boston or Hawaii, wherever you're located today, ban you or put you in Facebook jail. I was almost given a life sentence. I was in 2014. I think I was in there. I was only out of Facebook jail for 4 months out of the 12.
So you said that stone's part of a calendar?
This is a calendar. Yeah.
Because we've seen the Mayan calendar where it's round. So how is
that's the Aztec calendar.
Oh, Aztec calendar. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. You tell my wife that. Okay. This is another calendar. This is a little bit better view. This is at Limnium Puit.
Well, before you explain that one, I just have to say, I asked you to put that picture up of you sitting there in the bush because I had suspicions that it was photoshopped or some deep fake or something along those lines. I've noticed that you've kept that picture up and everything else you're bringing up kind of floats around or in that picture, which is highly suspect. So I'm just wondering, is there some kind of a agenda or theme you got going here, Jim?
Yeah, what's the correlation here?
No, just
so what does this new block say?
I don't know what it says, but each one of these symbols is either a word or a phrase, and they tell a story and they tell you when and how and whatever.
And it looks like there's 24 of them squares on there, and then a base piece, kind of, it looks like.
Yeah, and you can see some characters, some warriors in here. You can see their legs, and this guy's sitting down. Maybe he's taking a dump. I don't know. I can't imagine that they put that, unless it says public toilets, going to the
public
trees.
restrooms this way.
Yeah. So,
well, that's cool.
Robert has had some exposure to me. He's become immune. But I just love doing this shit. I really do. And it's just, it keeps my brain working.
It's very interesting that what we thought may be a couple thousand years old can really be 20,000 years old or even 200,000 years old.
Yeah. And these, the people telling us that, or telling me that, they are the archaeology student from the University of Belize, who part of their internship or whatever it is for their masters is they man the pyramid complexes, and they give guided tours, and they explain what's what. When we're in Limnium Puit, our guide pointed out and said, "This is the rain. This tree, we wanted to take it down, but some local Mayan priest said, no, that's the rain goddess." And as he said, rain goddess, the sky opened up and it was 87 degrees, and the rain was 87 degrees. So you went from hot and sweaty to just wet.
Wow. Wet and sweaty.
Yeah, and that is where I donated. I gave my DNA and blood to the Mayan gods, and they led us to where we're at today.
That's cool.
And I'm just, I thought I just had a whole bunch of pictures of my gash leg. I had 11 stitches, and I tripped and fell because I'm clumsy.
And we keep hearing about these pictures, Jim, but the only one we keep seeing is this one that is highly suspect.
I mean, this handsome bastard. Yeah, okay. I'll give you another one. Yeah. For some people, Come on, I just. Okay, you didn't like that one.
Here we go.
Come on, open up, you son of a bitch. There you go. Ta-da!
Now that looks more, yeah. That's got kind of a, what was that guy in Kramer?
Oh, you can see down here my bandages, because I got 7 stitches here, and I think I got 9 down here. I had 6 here and 9 down here, or whatever. But what he said, the doctor and the nurse, every medical person that I knew in Belize said, under no circumstances do you go in the river. You don't go in the mangrove swamp, and don't go in close to shore near Punta Gorda, because you may get something and you may turn into swamp creature. We don't know. There's all sorts of stuff. But two of the women that were with us took the kayak and went up. This is the Rio Grande River in the state of Toledo, or the Toledo district of southern Belize. Oh. And they went in around the bend of, on my shoulder, the bend over here, and went about a mile, and then just let the current bring them through. And the sun was just starting to go down, and the howling monkeys on either side of the river started howling at each other, and it was just amazing. So, wow. And that's part of the Kapaltree Lodge. It's 13,000 acres. I think they're sitting on top of a pyramid because they're about 500 feet above the area around it. And they have the most incredible restaurant and lodges up there. And if we get big money to do the filming of our adventure in Belize, we're going to see if we can stay at the Kapaltree Lodge. It is delightful. But this is the Rio Grande River. The lodge itself sits on 3,000 acres, but there's 13,000 acres surround it. And everything you eat, with the exception of fish, and that's all caught locally, everything on the table is grown or harvested or made on property. And it's just you take that, and then you have, if I can find the pictures of Punta Gorda in a second. Oh shit.
So basically what you're saying is that all the local shit that you get to eat while you're there is like local and real. Yeah. As opposed to coming out of a box or a package or a wrap somewhere at some manufactured
right.
meat plant, right?
Yeah.
Which always makes me think of when I see a lot of this vegan stuff. I understand the metrics and the science, and there's interesting correlations on both sides of it. But nonetheless, why do you have to make all this vegan stuff taste like meat?
Yeah, if you're so against beef and meat, why are you making it taste like that?
And then the argument is, well, because we're trying to get all you meat eaters to like it and eat it. And it's like, well, so if you're telling me that plant-based food is the best for me, then why is it wrong that the cow I eat is raised on meat, on plants, and the meat that I eat comes from a meat that eats plants? The meat is vegan. It grew from plants, so I'm eating originally organic meat that is plant-based. So
Plant-based organic meat sounds.
Isn't that? I kind of
legit.
stumbled through that, but my point is still the same. Yeah, if you're saying you got to eat plant-based food, it's like, well, that cow's plant-based, so's the pig, and the chicken, and so's everything else. So what am I missing here? Anyway, I digress. Jim, that looks like a large hole that you would not want to fall into.
Yeah, there's Jared and the mayor of Santa Cruz. So this is the day we met him, and we just clicked. Yeah, we've met with the entire village governing council. We've broken bread with them. They're just very, very nice people.
So you said you're going to SOR party, so you'll miss the next Belize trip. When will you actually be going back yourself then?
November.
November.
Yeah, you don't go in the middle of summer. Yeah, no, it's not enjoyable. It's the best way I can put it. And here we're at one of the fun places to go eat.
So tell us about that hole there, Jim.
That hole right here. This is just another grave, and it looks like
he had gravesite.
It looks like he had a table to work on in the afterlife. I don't know what the hell it steps for, but it's purpose. And again, I should know, but I don't.
So it looks like it's been uncovered for a while, and there's been some moss that's grown around it. But
I was going to say grave robbers, maybe.
Yeah, the Limnimpuit and Upatum, they were excavated and cleared in the 1920s by the British, and the British probably cleared all this stuff out.
That's some mighty fine stonework there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me see.
Well, yeah, it's funny, and they didn't use mortar back then, and still some of their structures are still standing. We can't even get one of our own buildings to stand up by itself.
Yeah, and that area is known for a whole lot of shaking. I mean, that stuff gets, if it hangs through all the shake, then you probably did something right.
Yeah, this is just a little bit of the humor there in Punta Gorda.
Oh, I thought this was your room.
Cocks and hands.
Yeah. Fuckers. Yeah. Okay.
Right back.
This is beautiful downtown Punta Gorda. That's the city triangle. It can't be a square. City triangle. And this is probably the only good stretch of road in the city. This right here. The rest of it is like Hawaii.
This is the green hole of death.
Yeah, this is some of the stuff that had been recovered. Stuff like this was recovered from just laying on the ground at Uchben Ka, the one with the 5 pyramids. All these locations that we've been to, Lubatam and Limnimpuit, they're single pyramid locations. The one in Santa Cruz, the village next to the village of Santa Cruz, there's 5 pyramids there. It's sort of the center of the universe. We don't know what we're going to find, but we could very possibly find some real treasures.
Wow.
That's pretty cool.
And the place with the kitty.
Now we know why you went down there.
Yeah, and that's the Caribbean right there. You see.
Do you know what happened to the crystal skull? Where's it at now? The one that was found there.
It's in a museum. I know that. I think if you were to Google it, they'd probably tell you exactly where it's at.
So, Jim, I'm thinking that, this whole thing with you going down there and playing around in the jungle and doing jungle gym and, swinging through the trees with the greatest of ease.
Yep.
According to this, 13 skulls have been found.
Pardon?
So according to this, since the 70s, 13 of these things have been found.
Yeah.
Well, I thought there was only. I thought they said there's 13 total, but only 8 of them still exist or have been found so far. That's what I thought.
That's what I'd heard too, but I haven't.
Well,
so was this skull in addition to those, or is that part of this group that we're talking about?
That's part of the that's part of the group.
Okay.
That's better.
Yeah, I mean that's a cross between Kramer from Seinfeld and Forrest Gump.
It looks like he's in Hawaii. I don't think he's in Belize.
Yeah, I just kind of wonder what's going on there.
Okay, this right here, you can't see it very well. And you see the date 1877. This was,
I don't see that. Where's that date? Show me with your cursor.
Here's the one. Here's the 877.
Oh, yeah,
I see that.
Yeah, I can kind of glean that. There you go.
This is 24 something 79. We're heading towards the Capaltree Lodge. We see a sign, Confederate Cemetery. So the first 2 or 3 times we drove by it, we didn't do anything. And then finally said, "It's an American Confederate cemetery." Apparently, after the Civil War, even though the war was over, there was still a lot of animosity, and a large number of Confederate soldiers and their families relocated to Belize, because at the time it was British Honduras, because the official language has always been English. So they fit right in. But there's some idiots involved in the Belize government. I was going to go get a scrub brush and some 409 and clean this thing off. And I was told if you do that, you'll get arrested and it's a felony. Says you cannot clean up any artifact in a designated area. So, but there was about 10 graves there that we were able to see the headstones. And again, 1877, 1879.
And you know what's wild is you go over to I got the chance to get around a fair amount of Europe. I remember when I went to England, our office was in Birmingham, which is about an hour and a half, I guess, north of London.
Uh-huh.
And that's just up in the Midlands. And then you got all the castles and bullshit and all the stuff. I mean, some amazing stuff up north of that.
Yeah. This is Capaltree Lodge. You're 500 feet above everything and you look out. and the food is absolutely scrumptious. This is Michaela. That's Jared's girlfriend. She just turned 30 and he just turned 50. So she's a hell of a young lady. Yeah, she's one of the guys. And when Jared had his coronary, and he was declared dead by the paramedics 7 times. He says, this guy's dead. But they kept working on him.
Wow.
She actually went to Salt Lake City with some family members, closed down their apartment they had there in Salt Lake, moved everything back to Minnesota, put stuff in storage. She could have just bailed. So we all, yeah, and she's part of the, I mean, she's obviously not one of the guys, but she is, we treat her like one of the guys, and she's a sweetie. Yeah.
That's commendable what she did for her man too.
So. Oh God. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, several of my ex-wives would have said if it me, well, fuck you, I'm out of here. You know,
push you in that open grave and cover you up.
Yeah.
And that's why they're exes, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So, gentlemen.
Yes.
This, first of all, thank you for all being here and jumping in on this little test of the Rumble land, the tumble with the Rumble.
I'm just tickled. I can, I have a means to show photos or videos,
right? And people who are willing to put up with it and listen to you go on while they do other things and then come back and say, oh yeah, that was great, Jim.
Even if they are Photoshop jungle photos.
Yeah, even if it's a bunch of deep fake shit, I called you out on it. I know that wasn't your ass in the middle of those bushes.
Well, like I said earlier, Jim, we'll get you on me and Jane's show, and we'll do another show, and you can talk all you want about Belize and show all those photos.
Yeah, very interesting stuff indeed.
That sounds good to me. As long as I don't have to put up with his shit.
It'll be just me and Jane on our show.
Yeah.
I'll be in the chat.
Talking about your deep fake photos.
I still got to put up with them. Man, what the hell?
Well, at this point, because the geezer geeks do the geek while they're geezing, and I'll think about that another time. The whole idea is to go play with the geek, do the geek, the geezer geeking, so that you can get the geek out of the stuff that is to be geeked, which is, if this stuff works, then you've gone and satisfied some level of geekness. There are these portals and doors and steps and so forth you must go through in order to reach the geezerness of the geekers. So, clearly, I've been on this for far too. Look at this. We have set the record. We are at 6 hours.
6
and
hours,
5 minutes.
Holy shit. We had. I was with the group, part of the idiots that are on here tonight, and we went with 5 hours and 15 minutes.
It was 5. Yeah, we've blown past the previous record of 5 and change, and now it's like, okay, here we are with another one. And I have to say that if it wasn't because it's been a little while, this has been unbelievably enjoyable. And a lot of it has been enjoyable through the fact that the tech seems to be working really nice. This is like having a conversation with somebody who's right there, not a glitch or two away.
And this is as good as Lazar 115.
I haven't seen that back. I just got some Blue Dream and Skunk and Cinderella. but I have not seen Lazar 115 since you were here last, my friend. So you probably have to make another trip in order for it to show up.
I tried something new this time. It's called Malawi Sunrise.
Oh,
It's THCA 34%.
That's a nice blend.
Yeah, very
right.
Powerful. It's very powerful.
Yeah, I mean, I've gotten more done in the last week working my way through an eighth of Blue Dream than I have in the last month. And I've been a sativa consumer and connoisseur for about 50 years. And I got to tell you, the people that have missed out on that experience, I have empathy and some bit of sorrow for you, but this too can change. Called gummies, it's called CBD. It's like you don't have to smoke it. You just have to imbibe it.
Yeah.
And well, I don't know about you guys, but I don't know if Clay's up for it, but I'd like to hear just a little bit more music before we give this up.
I'm down with that for sure.
So
Clay, before you get started, and also after or when you get started, you've been on here for an hour or two now. What are your thoughts? Are you still liking this Rumble studio?
Yeah, I'm impressed. I'm gonna be checking it out on my own time because I don't see any difference with what's going on here than what I'm paying $25 a month for currently. So, I'm new to Rumble, so I've only been over to Rumble for about a month now. But I'm really impressed with the people that I've met and just with the platform itself, so.
Yeah. I mean, the nice thing is Rumble seems to be, kind of out there with in the X class.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you're able to go spread your spew, and whether people sign up for it or not, it's up to the people to decide, and that's the way it needs to all be, right?
Well, and
right, Jim?
I do see that Rumble is doing a push for other content. They're I think maybe they're just trying to step away from being the political platform, because there's plenty of other content on there.
And with StreamYard being bought out, who knows that they might hike the price up on everybody.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I'm curious about that too.
Well, this has been, I'm really enjoying the quality of the stream, the consistency, the low latency, the ability to mute participants when you've had enough of their yakking. I mean, when I found that little button, I was hovering over it right at the end there, Jim, but you picked up my vibe and you knew you were about to get muted.
Yeah, I don't know if you can see her. This is our baby. This is our fur baby.
Yeah, we can see him.
Come here. Yeah, and she's a rescue. She was found wandering the streets of Phoenix. She was they figured she was about 12, 13 months old, and they figured that she'd been wandering on the streets since she was weaned. And they had her for 4 months, a place called Heidi's Village, and it's an animal rescue. I don't care if it's from hamsters to horses. It doesn't make any difference. And when I pulled up to it, I thought I was arriving at an extension of ASU. I mean, it's an incredibly handsome campus, very, very modern. And it turns out a woman who'd had no children, it was into animal rescue, was an extremely wealthy lady, and her name was Heidi, and she donated the money, pays for the staff and everything else. They charge you, but they had Scarlett for 4 months. They taught her some commands, you learn how to fetch. You learn how your name when you're a puppy. When you're over a year old, that slot has already been ignored and pushed aside. So even though we've been calling her Scarlet for 4 years, she doesn't respond to that. The only command she responds to is treatsies. And so, but she's just a wonderful girl. I just and I'm grateful to have her because it gives Rosemary it gives her some comfort when I'm on the road. Like I was gone for a week, and I'll be home. On the 9th, I head to Vegas. On the 10th, I'll be in Reno for 3 days, and then I'm going to go spend 3 days with Bob Lazar, and then go see my ugly brother if he's home. Go back up to Seattle.
On your way to seeing Bob, make sure you stop by, and I'll see if I can get some of that Lazar 115 to take with you.
Yeah.
I'm not coming through your part of New Mexico though.
Oh, we'll see. Well,
Yeah,
just
I'm
tell Bob
gonna-
that you couldn't. You had the opportunity, but you couldn't stop by because of your priorities, and to make sure that you got some 115 for him.
Yeah. Now this right here, it's been augmented. It is.
Oh, really?
Yes. I mean, it's I threw the package away, but it was Purple Kush or something like that. It was very, very good. And then I got 3 infused pre-rolls. They were over 50%.
Well,
and
you know what?
You know what?
I've had about enough of your white privilege tonight.
Yeah, let's hear some music. For
some reason my camera went all to crap.
Yeah, I saw you. I could see like a ghostly outline of you in your background. That was kind of weird.
Yeah, it was actually kind of cool and weird at the same time.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah, I don't know what's up with that. My OBS just went all like wacky. Like even all my scenes are weird.
You're just a little fuzzy. You were not fuzzy before.
Yeah, I don't get it. I don't know what's going on here. I even removed the camera and put it back on, and it was still.
Yeah, the background little things blinking off and on. Those look fairly crisp.
Yeah, everything's. It's just my camera. I don't know why.
Is there an ugly filter in it?
Maybe.
Did you touch that ugly button? Got to be careful. Those things are getting pretty sensitive these days. Sometimes I just vanish altogether like this. Touch up my appearance. Well, wait a minute. There's no appearance anymore. It's because nothing could be touched up, buddy.
Whatever. I don't know what's wrong with it.
Well, you sound okay.
Yeah, as long as it sounds okay, that's fine. I
mean, with some of the stuff that you just did, the fuzzy look kind of fits.
A little fuzz pedal.
Yeah, a little fuzzy thing going down.
All right. This one comes from a YouTube channel called Nick Kneeblow. I'm really digging this guy's backing tracks. This one's in the key of E minor. This backing track itself is about 16 minutes long, but I'm only going to play for like 4 minutes.
Well, that's a nice thing is I do have control over kicking your ass out. So
there we go.
I haven't tried it yet. So thank you for the in advance for your testing. Compliance will be rewarded.
This is my interpretation of his backing track.
Yep. Wait a minute here. No. Hold on.
There we go.
something like that.
That was good. Enjoyed
That was awesome. Now with the E minor scale, are you using the pentatonic scale up on the guitar?
Yep. Whoops. Yes, minor pentatonic. That's like my specialty. I love the whole minor pentatonic scale, and the reason why is I can pretty much play in any key I want to just by using the minor pentatonic scale. So, people, there. I've got to the point now because I've been playing this minor pentatonic scale now for like 4 years. So I'm kind of getting to the point where I've kind of about run the limit on the whole minor pentatonic. So I'm probably going to start looking into some other. Now I don't want to learn too much theory because I want to kind of keep it fresh, but at the same time there is some theory I need to know so I can just move to that next level. You know what I mean?
Well, Clay, in my experience, I grew up on the minor pentatonic with Grand Funk and Terry Kath. All of the original rock was, a lot of it was in that minor pentatonic. So I took a hold of that shit by the teeth and just gnawed on it for the last 30 or 40 years.
I love it.
The thing that I found, without having to get into theory and stuff, was the extensions of the scale of the pattern. And so when you go into the second position, then the third position of that same minor, there's a whole nother realm that opens up in those other positions. And then knowing what the root is of whatever, if you're doing an A or B or whatever, when you know where that note is in those patterns, you can play all around the damn thing. And Mixolydian became my favorite.
There's that box. There's that box right around each one of those that you can.
Yeah, the cage system is famous for that model, right? But when you, especially with some of the changes that some of these backing track folks are putting out, there's some sweet jazz movements that are, you kind of go, oh, that was a chord I wasn't expecting, and you drift into that. And you find a whole nother melodic realm that you can play in, but it's the same patterns. It doesn't matter if you're playing Aeolian, Locrian, Mixolydian, minor, majors, any of them. They're all in a same pattern, at least on the guitar. And all you have is you've got these little nuances, these little passing tones, or little half steps here and there that kind of fit, but they don't, and you go, and that goes back to I think we were talking about it earlier, some 6 hours ago. We were talking about the ways in which all these different things connect, and they've all got all these different, interlocking components. That's why I call the show the Nexus. It's where everything meets, and there's these things that happen. But sometimes when you play the wrong note, it's only the wrong note and that's determined by the next note. Because when you play that, come on, whatever instrument you play, and you hit a note that just doesn't belong there, but you can make it fit with the next note. And that's where a lot of the real, Miles Davis, Mozart, Bach, they know how to construct the sequence of notes so that even though it sounds like it's wrong, it's right. And you go, oh, those are the sweet spots for me.
There's a quote, and I think it's either by Bach or Mozart, and I don't remember which one it is, but the quote is, it's the noise between the notes that matter. And it took me a minute, and I was like, that's a very interesting way to think.
I just did one of my shows on the Nexus with John Seri, who's a world-renowned electronic space musician. If you go to a planetarium, most likely you're listening to the music of John Seri, and because he's all over the world with this stuff. Done a lot of work with NASA, with the Lucasfilms, He even, if you've seen the movie What the Bleep Do We Know, which is kind of famous in the woo circles, all that music is John's. And his whole thing was, I want to get off planet. And the keyboards and the sounds and the frequencies that I use and that I write are for me to get off planet, to get out of this realm and go out there. And when you listen, his latest album is Ascendant Destiny, and it's on my Nexus YouTube channel. It's on the nexusnextcast.com website, and it's on my Robert Bauer channel. The music is just, it's otherworldly. When you have those sonic realms that kind of take you off planet, there's some fun stuff going on in there. But there's nothing like a great, and there's no bad time, and there's nothing better than a great guitar solo.
Yeah,
I like guitar solos.
absolutely.
Great guitar solo is where it's at.
I've only been playing leads for about 4 years. I was just an acoustic guy, campfire songs, one day I just my wife had bought me my other guitar, my Epiphone, and I just put on a backing track for shits and giggles and just started messing with it. I was like, oh my God, this is pretty cool. So then I pulled out the book and learned the minor pentatonic scales, and just been having a ball with it ever since. And I'm just having fun with it, And that's the one thing I like about the minor pentatonic scale is I'm all over the fretboard with it, and I just know it, And my dad always said, if you do something well, And so I stick with it, I guess.
Well, I gotta tell you, since I found your channel and been introduced to you, I love going to your live shows that you have, and then whether it's you or your friends that come on and play their stuff, I just love listening to it.
This coming up,
you're doing good. It's great.
Next Friday coming up, I'm doing a request fest, which will be, I'm just taking all the links from chat. That's the music I'll be playing for the night. But the following Friday, I'm doing another open mic, so it'll be all live music up there. It'll be me and all my friends just taking turns playing music.
Nice.
I've really,
I might have to squeeze into one of those. That sounds like fun.
I never expected to do the promoting that I do. I really just started uploading some home acoustic campfire songs, And here, 4 years later, I'm promoting all of these artists, and I just know them all. I know hundreds of these guys, and they just come through my chats often. And it's just an amazing experience for me, just being able to hang out with these people. And the experience the chat gets, it's kind of new for them too, because like when an artist shows up in my chat, that's the music I play. So, hey, if you're an artist, let me know. I'll play one of your songs. So the people in chat are like, oh, cool. This guy's right here talking to me in chat. It's kind of like a secret backstage pass kind of thing, So people are really digging that. Being able to talk to the person in chat that the video you're listening to.
Well, in post-production, I'll make sure that I put your Rumble link and stuff in the description for you.
Oh, appreciate that. Yeah, I've really been concentrating. I'm just under 5,000 subscribers on YouTube. I've worked hard on YouTube. It was time to expand, and I just happened to land in Rumble, and it seems like a good fit for me. So I'm going to build, and there's no indie music on Rumble. I'm like the indie music guy, so we're going to build an indie music empire over here.
There you go.
Nice. Well, now you can add the Rumble Studio to your arsenal.
Absolutely. I'm going to be playing with that. Definitely. Do they have you can go into the studio without going live, right? You can go in and test with all the stuff.
Yeah, they've got,
play with it.
Well, so you go, when you go live into the live setup, it gives you all the presets. If you want to have a intro video or any of that kind of stuff, or any kind of template, and then you go into the studio and you can configure what you want to do and invite somebody before you go live. Gerald and I did that tonight. And then we get everything set up. We test our shares, and then we say go live, and it comes up and says, what
Okay.
platforms do you want to go live to? It's like, well, I want this and this and this one. Turn them on, go live. It gives you a 5 countdown, and all of a sudden shit starts
cool.
showing up wherever you told it to go.
Yeah, I like it. I like that.
Hey, speaking about, I got to go. Today's been a long day.
You look like somebody who already went.
Yeah, I feel like it. So, Clay, it was nice meeting you.
Nice meeting you.
Thanks, Jim.
And
thanks for coming in and, you know, popping in, popping out, popping in.
You
and
have
out
some
again.
amazing stories too.
Someone asked me years ago, can you do a talk on the Blackbird? And I said, absolutely. I said, well, how long? I said, well, minimum is 45 minutes. I can't even get into it. I can barely get into it at 45 minutes. So, well, how long is the maximum? I said, I've talked continuously for 12 hours once. And I lost my voice. I mean, people started asking me questions, and I was answering. I was at an airplane function, and it was fun. I mean, I'm blessed with it. When I'm not smoking weed, I have a fairly good memory, a good recall.
Yeah, right.
But,
it's always.
Oh, by the way,
Go ahead.
before I go, I got to show you something. Did you see when I had something sliding across like now? Can you see that?
Hold on. Yep.
Okay. That, my friend, is Area 51 taken December 25th of 2021.
Oh, wow.
That's the most current picture of the place that doesn't officially exist. This is the 27,000-foot runway. It's no longer used. You can see X's on it. But it was, and I asked a friend of mine who is he's been with the Skunk Works for 40 years when he retired. I said, why do you need a 27,000-foot runway? I said, because you have an airplane. Now, this is at like 4,600 feet in elevation. But you have an airplane that takes a minimum of 9,000 feet to become airborne. And he said, and if you have an emergency abort right at that point, it takes twice the distance twice the distance to stop it as it took to get to that point. So if you have an airplane that requires 5,000 feet, then you need a 15,000-foot runway. Wow. Most of them are 4,500 feet. And I mean, most of them are 10,000. There's a couple of 13,000. I think runway 4 in Minneapolis is I think 12,000.
So could you imagine if you were able to do a full spectrum scan of that and see what's really going on underneath? Because you know that everything that's there is under there.
Yeah,
right?
Right? That's just the top.
I had a friend, and then I have to go to bed. I'm just beat.
You know, you keep saying that.
Yeah, I
Here
know.
you are.
I'm chatty Cathy.
Are we going to see another picture, another deep fake of you in the jungle?
No, I'll let you suffer. Oh, I have one right here. Oh, this is great. Can you see that?
Yep.
Yeah.
Those are 2 James Goodalls.
That's your son.
That's my wonderful son. Yeah. Yeah, he was
Very nice.
He called me up, and there's Scarlett down at the bottom here. He called me on right after my birthday, and he said, "Hey, Dad, you gonna be home next week?" And I said, "Yeah." And I said, "Good. I have a ticket to come and visit you." He's a construction superintendent, and he specializes in hospitals. and he's in incredible demand. And his next job is going to be a $1 billion part of a $6 billion, that's with a B, expansion of Mayo Clinic down in Rochester, Minnesota.
Wow.
That's where I had my brain surgery.
Nice.
So, and it's going to be, he said it's going to be a 6-year project. So he may just have to move down there. So, and Rochester's not bad. A lot of nurses.
Well, the thing about it is it's out there where it gets nasty in the winter, several months out of the year. And you know what? I've lived in Chicago, I've lived in Colorado, but I was born and raised in Southern California. And I'm at the point where my motto is snow, fuck that shit. I don't want to have nothing to do with that shit. I've had enough of that shit. It's great to go visit, but it's shitty to live in.
That's why I call Southern Arizona home. When I was in Hawaii, a buddy of mine, very wealthy guy, he grew up on Fisher's Island right off of Connecticut. His last house, he had 500 feet of shoreline, 5,000 square foot house. And his property taxes, you see, everything was 5. His property taxes were just right at $5,000 a month. He said, "The hell with this," and he moved to Hawaii. And I was over his house. His house is like a museum. I mean, he's been all over the world, met with presidents and whatever. But as I was going out the front door, there's a snow shovel there. He's in Leah Heights, overlooking Pearl Harbor. I said, "Sandy, what in the hell do you have a snow shovel here?" He said, "Every time I look at that thing, it reminds me never to go back to that fucking place." Snow. So,
yep.
So, gentlemen, it was a delight. I have to crash. So,
all right.
Sleep well.
Thank you.
And
thanks, Jim.
And it was a lot of fun. And, I'm really rummy right now.
Well,
so
thanks for coming
you.
and helping us give this Rumble a test. I think we're going to use this going forward unless something changes.
Oh, this is nice. This is very nice.
Yeah, I like it.
All right, gentlemen.
All right. Good night, Jim. Thanks.
Adios.
Bye, Jim.
That was
all right.
Cool.
I think this has been an awesome night. Great show. I can't wait to see the clips from this.
Right? There's going to be plenty to choose from. Clay, it was a real pleasure having you on and sharing your music. It was great. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for allowing me to come up and letting me check out this the Rumble studio, because now I'm really intrigued and I'm going to go check it out myself this weekend. So
have a look and a wank. Gerald and I beat the hell out of it for the last couple of days, and there was hardly any issues at all. And we just kept finding things, tweaking this. Okay, you got to turn this on, turn that off. But I got to tell you, the audio and video quality on this is best I've seen so far.
Yeah, I got to say it's been very good, other than my shitty camera going out. But yeah,
well,
definitely.
I mean, Gerald and I worked on both of ours this last week, but we couldn't it was weird because we're going, well, isn't it the main thing? Like, you can't get this shit to connect and work. And we're not dealing with that. We're dealing with our camera angles. We're all fucking geezer geeking out about, well, is the saturation? What's the contrast at? It was like, wait a minute, we're supposed to deal with this a month from now. But it was so anyway. Thank you again for coming on, and great to meet you. And I'm looking forward to connecting online, and talking about some of the stuff you're doing. I'd like to maybe contribute and partake of some of that.
Yeah, absolutely. You have my email, right? You can share my.
Yeah, I already sent it to Robert, so you two can connect to each other.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, appreciate you guys having me come up and man, I had a good time. I wasn't expecting Jim Goodall to be here, so that was really cool. And
he's
yeah,
one of the
unexpected.
regulars that we poke and drag in and put up with.
Yeah, wait till if you ever come back. If you come back and join us, and maybe you'll get to meet Mr. B from Australia.
Yeah, he was he's a little under the weather right now, but he's a hoot.
Yeah, and I will talk to my friends. We'll try and try and get a couple hour live show put together, and then I'll get a hold of you and we'll get a date set and we'll come over and hang out.
Yeah, we might go ahead and do a multi-stream just like this tonight on both me and Robert's platform and get that
Okay.
set up.
Yeah, we can do that. Yeah, we'll talk about it.
And you can stream it to yours too if we get it set up right.
Okay. Yeah, we'll definitely get something worked out. So thank you guys for having me up. I had a great time tonight. And yeah, thanks. I will see you guys soon.
All right, thanks.
I'll see you in your chat.
Appreciate it. Take care.
Thanks.
All right. That was awesome. Got the old live music test, and
we got some yakking and yap flapping, and we're closing in on 7 hours. You know, I remember when I used to do 7-hour shifts, and I got paid by the hour for all the 7 that I was there.
I've been on a lot of jobs where I worked 8 hours, and it's like, oh man, is this shift over yet? But I have not cared 1 minute through this whole show. It's just been great to be here, and it's like it's just flown by, actually.
Well, that's the point I was going to make. I've spent a lot of 7-hour plus shifts even, and I don't remember any of them being this short or not feeling like 7 hours. So that's pretty cool. The whole Rumble thing is, I'm surprised. I'm really pleasantly surprised.
So now I'm looking forward to having a night of Clay come on with his friends and put it to another good test.
Oh, and I'm going to get me a piece of that. I'm going to fire up my rig and run it through as well and see what happens. I'm looking forward to that. That's going to be a sweet test.
All right.
So,
well, my friend, I think we're about at the end. I'm about ready to go, I think.
You mean, are you wimping out? Have you run
well,
out
I can
of
go
juice?
another 15 if you want to hit that 7 hour. Is that what you want? I can hang out till the
No, I'm not pushing for numbers, at least there. Be nice when, we get a few folks that are, I just checked a minute ago and there was still 6 watching your stream and 6 watching my stream on YouTube. And I went, who are these people? What is wrong with their lives?
See what they had to resort to.
Well, I do feel like we had kind of a it was like an entertainment kind of show, a talk show with guests that came in and did their thing, and we did our own intermissions and music and shares, and then other people dropped in and dropped their nuggets with Jim, and we had Heidi at the beginning and just set the whole show on fire. It's like, okay, what do we do with that? How do we follow that? And it's like, maybe a break. maybe we do a little pause with some meditation music to kind of slow the vibe down.
I think our viewers were actually waiting for Heidi to come back on.
I think so. Especially after they got a dose of you and I flapping it for an hour, filling air. But so it was kind of like a variety show.
Yeah.
In an oddly interesting way.
I mean, it was just like the last time we were on. We were talking about that too when we did that Zoom all together. We had like 4 or 5 segments in that one show, and they were all completely different.
There's There's nothing wrong
So
with
it's
that.
like the Geezer Variety Show. There you go.
The Geezer Gala.
Oh, there. Look at that.
So yeah, I think that we can sign off of this one and call it a wrap, and a successful one at that. I really, really enjoyed the shit out of this. It was very spontaneous. We didn't know where it was going to go at any given point. We just let it go, and it kind of ended up there.
Yep. This was awesome. Everything was just flowing. There you go, the flow word again.
And how sweet is it that the tool worked as it was intended and designed? I mean, I didn't see a hiccup anywhere.
I didn't either. The video was flawless, and our audio's been really good. And we pushed what we had 4 people. I mean, in and out, we had Heidi, and then we had 4 at one time, and live music and played videos. So that was a really good test. It functioned really well, like it's supposed to.
Oh shit! I feel a habit forming. If it works like this every time,
yeah,
I don't see how this could not be something that one would want to do with some regularity.
Yep, I agree. I think this is the platform to go to. And we're not having to pay for extra features or anything yet, or telling us we can't do this unless we subscribe or up our plan.
This could be their evil plot to give it away and make so that everybody goes to their platform. It's like, well, I think that might just work if it's this good.
Control the market and then go from there.
You know, just give them the tool that makes it all easy to do, and the next thing you know, you get everybody populating your platform. And they're not being, chintzy about it. They're letting you stream it other places too. Because when it goes to those other places, it still has the Rumble Studio logo up in the upper right or left corner.
We got the UK waking up.
Oh my God.
My friend Andy Decodes that has a channel in the UK just popped in.
There he is. Yep.
See, that's what would happen to us on the Night Owl Lounge. We'd get ready thinking, okay, we're going to wrap it up. And then all of a sudden the UK wakes up and starts chiming in. It's like, oh, all right, we got to stay on longer.
Well, this, I'm kind of feeling like it was last night. We were both going, well, this is going so well, I'm afraid to end it.
It's like, well, how are we going to top tonight? That's the question.
I don't know. I think we're going to have to look at some segmented stuff, but nonstop for 7 hours. Either you got a lot to say or you got a lot of nothing to say.
We only really took, and not really by plan. We took like 3 or 4 minutes here, like twice now.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, it's been full ongoing conversation and live music and guests popping in and out.
It's like it's almost kind of like an old what was it? The Tonight Show with him.
Johnny Carson or
Johnny, yes, Johnny Carson.
It actually reminds me of Jerry Lewis.
His telethon.
He did the whole weekend for the
the telethon.
March of Dimes or
yep.
And they had entertainers popping in and everything and segments, and we're getting there.
Watch out, Merv Griffin.
We'll have to widen the studio and get a couch in here so we can have guests sit next to us.
That'll work. So yeah, Neil just said, surely you have to finish this stream with the national anthem. You know, my favorite rendition of the national anthem. And Castle, this is your fault, and I'm going to enjoy you enjoying it as well. So we will do that. Simply because you brought it up, and it is simply the shit of the shit. And let's see here.
We almost need the test pattern to come up too. Maybe we should make a video like that.
Right? I think we're going to need that. Okay. All right. All you wankers on the other side of the pond that really don't understand or appreciate the fullness of our country, the awesomeness that makes us who we be, the stuff that makes us say, you want some of this? Well, here you go. Coming at you. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Shit, got the wrong one.
What?
Stand by. Hold on. Did you hear that coming through?
Just a little.
Okay.
So I think we should play the video and take us down so it's full screen and then just end it.
Well, Jesus Christ, hold on there. This is
Oh,
not.
no.
So, isn't this what I just did? Okay, here it is. All right. So, we're going to play this, and on the way out, we will be out, and hopefully you will be as well. But enjoy the sheer marvelousness of just raw talent and a great song sung with all of the right accoutrements. It is really just one of the greatest performances ever.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched, were so good.